8-foot orc wearing heavy plate samurai armor, wielding 6 great swords and wearing a cape made out of some unknown beast.
And your pass says stealth check.
No. It's just like, Greg doesn't actually do stealth. Greg intimidates people into not seeing him. I have 17 strength. I'm pretty sure I can intimidate people into not seeing me.
I have
18 strength.
You have 18?
18 strength plus 3 plus 3.
I put points into intimidation.
I have 17 strength plus 7.
I have, well, technically I would have 5 because with me being Dragonborn, I have a plus 2 in strength and a plus 1 in charisma added to my proficiency bonus. And apparently I'm both pro in stealth and constitution, so I get an additional plus 3.
Alright, I'm gonna edit up the link real quick because I had to relaunch the session on YouTube.
This time I'll send the correct one to my friend Joe.
I gotta say, the path that I pick is gonna be pretty fucking interesting.
I wonder where... We forgot to do any research about this thing to figure out what the fuck the thingamabobber could be or what the best way to fight it is.
There was.
Here's the funniest thing. So here's the thing, though. Alright, so I'm actually going to switch the... There we go. Okay.
You told us we could do research to figure out what the Easter eggs were.
Yeah, you could interact with each other to try to guess the Easter egg, because as I had noted, let me pull up my DM notes of what you actually did that were indeed Easter egg steps that you guys have figured out. Number 1 is the necrotic vines. Number 2,
Can we get the new link?
It's in the YouTube announcements.
Oh, did you delete the other one?
Yep. So, the Lichsen Easter egg that you have figured out so far, one of the steps has to do with something with these necrotic vines that Golark had destroyed. Another one you have noticed, but you don't know if it's a step or not, is those skulls that follow you as a... Let me rephrase that. That follow any new organic... orogenic material. So the playing cards came from an organic material at one point in time, which trees.
Paper is still technically an organic material.
Right, but anything organic that is foreign to its lair, quote unquote. And I didn't mention this, but the minecart that crumbled under your blade did indeed do something, but you do not know what.
Damn it.
It was a magic switch.
That's for you to know. Try to figure out. So, there are multiple steps to this Easter egg should you wish to solve it. To try and solve the curse of this lair, which is possessed by a lich, giving it a Lichsen.
We totally want to fucking kick this thing's ass.
But here's the thing, though. As of right now, the only thing that has been revealed by Dakon is this thing that you want to kick its ass is an entire cave system, to the best of your knowledge. You don't know if this thing has a physical form or not. All you know is that this thing has an Easter egg that you can solve if you wish, or simply push through to go into the next area.
Presumably it has a phylactery somewhere because it's a lich. But also, I do want to solve the Easter egg. What about you guys?
I do too, because it actually usually something, when you complete it, it will probably do something really, like, give you good treasures and all that, so yeah, I'll definitely, and plus I'm really interested in this Easter egg.
Or level us.
Alright, so, and just to give everyone an update, Kana, you have 18 player experience points. Blue, you have 25, and Stetson, you have 15. As far as experience that went around, nothing has really changed because we have no further encounters. But if you guys do successfully do this Easter egg, there's plenty of player and character experience to go around.
So what I'm hearing is level up our characters and
That is not what I'm
maybe-
saying. I'm saying that this thing could level you
damn.
guys up. If you were to solve this Easter egg, this could easily level you up. So, where we last left off, everyone was taking a round of sleep to get a long rest in, while Greg takes first watch.
Didn't we wake everyone up because we learned that we're in a lich?
That was before, but yes. When I was getting ready to go to sleep, you guys, Greg woke everyone up. The big reveal happened, and Ryth had gone back to sleep. As you had mentioned, you wished to take first watch, and you basically planned out your little rotations.
So now what?
That is entirely up for you guys to do. So, as right now, Ryth is the only one back in bed, and asleep.
Okay.
So we can flip him back over. Golark, what do you wish to do?
With me, I would continue onwards to see what's going on, but I would probably have someone with me just in case.
Alright, which way would you like to venture forth?
Basically, just to see what others, just to explore some new areas to see if there's anything more useful and all that. Probably would, I would probably go into find something.
So you have the back from where you came, and then you have the way going down to where you have yet to explore, where you had found the skeleton that has what looks to be vampiric fangs.
The place where I want to venture forth to the place where the skeleton is, where Ryth is sleeping next to.
Okay. So you wish to go this way?
Yes.
So, as you approach, you do notice that down the hallway of which you are currently facing, it begins with a small, half-destroyed staircase with a couple of loose rocks and rubble at the very top of the stairs, probably due to the falling from the ceiling, as you can venture to guess, just from the sheer impact around the rocks are just completely cracked. You do notice towards what looks to be a fork in your direction is the spikes coming out of the wall, so context clues can venture to guess that that is another one of those camera skulls, let's call them.
Okay, so straight ahead. Well, I can't really see much because but by the looks of it, what I could probably see is I could go left or go straight. Right now, I just want to walk up to the spikes to see if there is one of those so-called skeleton skulls and all that.
Okay. So as you gradually approach, as you get to about here, you can hear the bones crunkling against the stone, as you can definitely hear it's beginning to turn to face you. And once you reach the actual fork, you can see it, pun intended, locking eyes with you.
I could intimidate it, but I know it's not even a human being, so...
It doesn't even have to be a human being, it just has to be something that is intimidatable.
Can we intimidate a lich?
Liches are technically immune to charming matters, so kind of, sort of no.
No.
So liches can't even be seduced. Lame.
Why would you want to seduce a lich?
Why
you never know.
wouldn't you?
You never know. He could be a necrophiliac.
Barb.
It's not
Yeah,
necrophilia. They're
horrifying.
not dead. Also, technically, if you seduce a lich, you have an undying ally. If you convince it to join your side via sex.
Okay, so.
That gives a whole new meaning to knock some common sense into it.
And yes, that is now the start of this session.
Oh, dear.
Bum bum ba dum dum. Ba.
Whoppity
We're
smackity-doo.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if anyone attempted to like touch it or do something with it previously with the
So
skull
far,
and-
no one has even remotely got near it.
Okay, I would do that just to see how it does. I'm gonna go towards the skeleton and I won't say like hurt it. I would just say like poke it to see what it would do or if it would react or anything.
Golak dies instantly.
So as you get closer to it, you notice that instead of looking at your general direction, it's like if you're gonna like straight like poke it like I'm gonna get you, or Facebook poke. Jokes. Okay. Anyway, so as you like extend your finger out to touch it or poke it, its head goes from focusing on you in a general way to it. You can see it's focusing in on your finger. As you make contact with it, I'm gonna need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Plus D20. Okay.
Guys, my friend Joe might be watching us.
Oh, the one who said that I'm a lich. They said
maybe,
that,
I
Joe.
Let me move my fucking keyboard because it landed on my keyboard wrong. Okay. It's a 9 plus 1, so I got a 10.
Okay. So, as you make contact with it, you get a very cold jolt, starting from your fingertip, jolting up your arm, and stopping at about where the socket would meet your collarbone. And it doesn't deal any serious damage, but it's basically like you had just touched something that would have been induced with liquid nitrogen. It doesn't hurt, but you definitely get this cold shoot just run up your arm.
So these things are capable of chill touch.
No. These things are just capable of giving off an extremely cold feel. Like I said, it doesn't deal any actual damage to him, but he does get cold feeling run up his arm and stop at about where the collarbone is.
Basically, I just got a cold chill.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, since that would be it, I'm kind of curious, what would happen if I took my holy amulet to it?
So you wish to take out your amulet and do what with it?
Because I know when I took it out to the stew and took it out, the amulet froze. So my character's gonna be the fucking curious one. But yeah, he's too angry to die. But yeah, he's also gonna be the curious one of this group. So yes, I'm gonna take out my holy amulet and I'll put it close to the thing and see if it would do anything.
So, Zestin, I want to say one thing to you. Remember when we entered? Remember how Greg summoned the spirit of his grandfather, not his great-grandfather, Grug the Noble, but his grandfather, Grug, and asked him if we should destroy them, and he was like, no.
Did I say I was going to destroy it? No, I was just going to see
I
what it
have
would
a
do.
feeling this is a very bad idea.
Okay. So you just want
I'll
to
do it
like
anyway.
impress your holy amulet against the skull itself?
Basically, I'll press my luck.
You do so,
You can
and
spend
oddly
5
enough,
luck points to make it roll.
so oddly enough, nothing out of the ordinary happens that you can tell. But as you keep holding on there for give or take 4 to 5 seconds, you feel the amulet heat up in your hand. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Justin burns his hand.
I lose my hand. Okay, so Constitution. I have a +2, but well, technically a +5, because I have a 2, but I'm also proficient in that, so I get an additional +3. I got a nat 1, so that'll make it 6.
Nat 1, yeah, okay. So, as you feel it heat up, you drop the amulet in reflex as you sustain 1 point of burning damage.
Joe, I hope you're enjoying this.
Yeah, he's just over there jerking it to him taking damage.
The fuck, Pyro?
Hey, I've seen some weird shit with Resident Evil, so this is nothing.
Okay, so I know poking that won't do anything to me, but yeah, burning it will.
No, it didn't do anything to you. The amulet did something to you.
That's what I meant. Was gonna mean, but yeah. Okay, so I'll step back from that thing, knowing that basically these are technically harmless. So I'm gonna walk towards the path that's right behind me.
Okay, so you're going to just turn around and go down this way.
Yes.
So as you begin to follow the path, it leads to a dead end with more vines.
I know I'm gonna get more necrotic damage for it, but I'm gonna cut it.
That is, if you pass it with a Constitution saving throw.
Please don't give me a fucking nat 1.
And also, you may add another vine to your inventory.
Zestin's out here to kill himself. We're gonna lose him.
16.
Hey, where'd he go? Probably to go kill himself.
Zestin, if you die before any else of us get to make a move, come back as a wizard, or maybe a wizard paladin dual class.
And note to self, I was looking at my stats instead of my saves, so I fucked up on that one. But I got a 16 in my Constitution save. I get additional +5.
Okay, so as you had already expected this to come forward, you take out your glaive so you can have a good bit of distance between you, and just slice it in the vine straight in half, and just let the pus sack of just necrotic gas just disperse into the air and just clear itself out before you rip the rest of the vine off the wall, and you may add it to your inventory.
Okay, sweet. I have another dead shrub in my inventory. Okay, so dead, and knowing my luck, I would probably, with me, I am curious to continue searching, but with knowing my luck, it probably won't end back, so I'm gonna head back to the camp to meet up with Greg and Eustace.
Okay, so you're gonna go back to the camp. All right. So, Eustace, what are you doing?
Well, first off, I am scooping some of the dirt from this area into a flask. Believe me, I have a and the next thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna go over to Greg and I'm gonna be like, we should probably search around, like, just to map out this cave, because if we're in a lich, we need to know what areas to avoid and what areas are safe. And right now, this is a safe area, but we don't know if this is the only safe area.
That is not bad idea. Hold on.
I've got nothing to hold on to.
Shut the fuck up, Pyro. That is not a bad idea, Eustace. It could be quite useful to know where every end of the cave goes. But that could potentially leave us in here long enough to let our life forces be drained by the lich itself.
Not if we are smart about it. I've come up with a plan, and I think it'll work. Liches, as we all know, are undeads, and undeads can be hurt with like healing stuff. My guess is if I can utilize like special spells to keep us safe, I can prolong the necrosis long enough for us to figure out what we need to do and where to go.
I see, but you do not know any healing spells, do you?
I'm sure I can try.
Well, Zetithia Golek seems to have suddenly gone mute. Oh, nope, never mind. Yes. It is good idea. Let us try it.
I hear dogs in the background of my hallway.
The first thing we're gonna do is as I stated, I have flasks all over my pack. So I just want to ask this first from the DM. While I don't know healing spells per se, like maybe not unless you allow it. What I can do is I can have healing, like being a harbor master, and in his previous adventure he was a pirate. He's actually managed to do this. Would you call it healing water? But it would be in a flask, and if we hang it around our necks, it might keep the necrosis away. Is that like a doable thing?
So here's the thing with undead and healing-based things. Healing magic does indeed damage them. Healing potions don't really do anything. It's like you just splash them with water. Holy water does hella damage.
Okay, so
Are you telling me you've had holy water this whole time in the underworld?
hey, I could do it. I mean, so okay, I feel like I need to do an off the force joke here. Somebody anoint me. Ordain me. Somebody ordain me.
Ordain you.
Make
Well,
him a
yeah,
priest.
That way I can actually make it holy water. I'm joking, but
Oh, okay.
Greg ordained you. Hold on, wait. If I roll a 20, can I ordain him?
You roll me a nat 20 first try, I will literally just hand you holy water. And I'll give you player experience for actually doing that type of thing.
I rolled a nat 20.
Send me a fucking picture. I call bullshit. There is no way.
Hold on 1 minute. I dropped my phone.
He doesn't drop the dice this time, mind you. He dropped his phone. Because as he's grabbing his phone, he's flipping the die around to get it on the 20.
No, I'm not.
I'm messing with you.
We need witnesses.
I'm already loving this.
There's the 20. It's on my laptop. And it's using the lucky die.
Munches on Doritos as he calls bullshit. There's no fucking way.
So do I get to ordain him then?
No, what he's got in his pouch is considered holy water. You don't ordain it, but it is considered holy water.
Damn.
Okay. Well,
I
let's just
sent it
wrap
in
that-
general.
Let's just do that and wrap that around our necks. And
Bruh.
use that.
What?
I've got to pull it up on stream and it's just like, bruh. Like, if you actually look at the live stream, you see the fucking picture.
Good. Fucking
I
doubting the man who gets insane, doubting the woman who gets insane, Rose motherfucker.
This time I've decided to break out the Rube Goldberg machine for for my D20 rolls.
This time I'm only using the lucky die. We're just gonna be out here. Greg's just gonna be doomslayering for everything. Nah. It's not even at Doomsgate. It's just constantly the only thing they fear is you.
That's what that was. That was the fucking opening riff to the only thing that fears you.
Oh, I didn't fucking recognize your vocalization of it.
Look what I've got for all my D20 rolls.
I was about to say, if you just show a picture of nothing but natural 20s.
It'd be funny.
Oh,
if...
that's cute.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do for all my D20s.
That's cute.
I'm gonna roll. It might not be a dice tower, but it's good enough.
Is that the D20 from the D&D starter set?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
So you were saying to Greg, mentioning that you have holy water.
You've had holy water this whole time, and you did not use it? Greg face palms.
When it's one of those moments where, like, I've been focusing so hard on finding out what this is in the first place, I didn't really think maybe we're dealing with a lich. It was only when I found out it was a lich, now I have to break it out.
What happens if we drink the holy water? I'm not going to, I just want to know.
Nothing really special happens.
Ah, damn.
No. It's not going to make you a walking...
I am God now! For 25 seconds!
I was kind of just hoping we get, like, fucking bonus damage against the enemy.
Yeah, you flick it against the nose and it just gets pulverized like you just got smacked by Goku.
Nah, man. It's like,
and you fly like one punch.
it's like Saitama blinking in your direction. There's just a fucking massive wall of wind.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, or it could be like that. Well, we've already established there is one thing stronger than Saitama, and that's a mosquito.
Why is that a mosquito?
You gotta watch One Punch Man to...
It's an actual reference to the show. That's kind of why I'm face palming.
Yeah,
I don't remember it, and I've seen both seasons.
You don't remember where Saitama was unable to defeat a mosquito, and then Mosquito Girl showed up, and he ended up slapping her halfway to the moon?
No, because it's been forever since I watched season 1.
Okay. Well, in that case, anyway.
So anyways, I started blasting. Greg just pulls out dual 357 Magnums.
Well, like, okay, first thing we should do is we should navigate this cave a little bit. So,
Yes. Do we leave Rife or do we wake him up? He currently seems to be a bit useless.
anyone have the strength to sling him over their shoulder like a sack of potatoes and just carry him?
Greg and Golark both, but then Greg and one of them will not be able to fight if we do.
They would indeed have disadvantage because they would be considered overcumbrance.
It's a shame that we destroyed the only thing with wheels that could do this, right?
Basically,
I'm pretty sure it wasn't in working order in the first place. I mean, I think we can go grab an... Oops. I think we can... Damn it.
I think we can... Fuck. I think we can... No.
I think there's another one we can go grab if we go down a certain path. But, Golork, put rifle over your shoulder. I will take lead again.
Okay. God damn, you're heavy.
We want our tank at the ready because he's going to be the one who delivers the punishment.
Yeah, because I have armor that makes me invincible, basically, and I have damage that makes me undefeatable. So I guess we want Eustace in the middle.
Well, yeah, and I have a potion that makes you crazy.
Yeah, so we want Eustace in the middle, Golark in the back, so he has time to throw Rife to the ground.
No, actually, hold on. I got an idea. Does anyone have extra rope?
Yes, we have the rope we were going to tie it around our waist again.
I was apparently going to...
Wraps it around his neck.
We hang Rife from the ceiling, and Greg pisses
You will
on
be
his
our
body.
sacrifice. Please, Mr. Lich, do not kill us. You can take him.
If
We'll
you
be
can
on our
piss-
way to find your phylactery, and then we will kill you as you're feasting.
if
Why am
you
I
can
giving him
piss
ideas?
6 feet straight up in the air without spilling a drop on yourself.
Fuck you,
can get
Baltimore.
The hanging part would be somewhat good, but it wasn't gonna be around the neck. It was gonna be around his ankles. But I was more like gonna just literally just grab it, tie it around his ankle, tie it around my waist, and just drag his ass.
I mean, yeah, that works. Let's just drag him, tie it around his waist, and drag him behind us. We take our normal formation, but Golark's just got a rope he's using to pull Rife along in one hand.
I got an idea here. I hope that it doesn't make you bust out laughing.
Okay, let's go.
I put my hand on his
All
chest. I cast levitate.
Okay, utilizing my knowledge as a harbor master, I take what little rope we have, tie some rope around one arm, around the other arm, hoist him onto Golark's back, and carry him around like a frickin' man pack.
Wait, Greg and Rife have the same type of pack, right? The Adventurous pack.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Adventurous pack have rope in it?
60 feet.
Who else has an Adventurous pack?
I have a smithing's tool. I don't have
That's
a
not in an Adventurous. An Adventurous pack is the bag we're carrying. It's the backpack we have that has all our shit in it.
Well, then, if that's the case, then...
Or, I don't know if it is what yours has.
No,
does your-
I don't
does your
even have it in my
character-
inventory.
Does your character have a backpack?
I have an inventory. I don't know where the hell I can put this stuff unless I have big ass, wide open pockets where I stuff everything in it.
Pyro, how many of us have Adventurous packs?
From what I've seen so far, just you and Rife.
Greg takes his 60 feet of rope and he hangs Rife and Golark for being stupid.
Roll me strength check.
I was joking.
Oh.
I roll the counter.
Greg grabs Clark by the neck. You don't get to counter. He just takes your life. Greg's gone evil. He's gonna go serve the Lich now. Goodbye.
I'm done with this bullshit. I'm switching sides. Pause menu, change team.
You didn't think to bring enough stuff. Greg's disappointed in you. You are a dishonorable fighter. He hacks off your head with a single greatsword.
I need a drink after this one. Jesus Christ.
All right. So I'm
Greg
gonna
takes
like.
point. Or Greg cuts off. Hold on. Sorry. Greg cuts off some rope so we can tie the bottles of holy water around our neck.
Okay.
So probably like a foot or two per person.
Yeah, because we need these flasks around our neck just in case we have to use them as grenade weapons.
But instead of fucking mollies, you've got holy water? Okay. So you take a couple of the flasks that you do have, tie a short amount of rope around it, and basically make makeshift necklaces.
I'm putting Greg has 56 feet of rope left, 2 for his own neck because he's an 8-foot giant, and 1 foot each for everyone who's not asleep. Rife doesn't get one right now.
Okay.
Actually, wait. Would Greg? No, a foot would probably also work for Greg. His necklace would just be a little bit shorter. Everyone gets a rope.
Yeah, like for him, a foot would probably make it to like the spot where his jugular would start meeting his actual rib cage, like that little soft spot.
Yeah, so like it'd be a short necklace compared to everyone else's, but
everyone else it'd be like right where the rib cage begins to actually part. Where for you, it's like right where it starts.
I feel like considering we're tying a knot, that's a bit long for everyone else. I was gonna say probably more like mid rib cage, unless Golark and Eustace are just absolutely tiny. I know Rife is.
Yeah.
Let's start moving through the cave.
Yeah.
Da 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 da.
Alright, so which way are you guys going?
Whichever way Golark didn't go.
So
Okay, that would be straight.
That'd be back to the way you guys came.
No,
Oh,
whichever way.
Okay, down that way. Okay, so in that case, yeah,
We're
it would
moving down this path.
So yeah, at that point, you would be going down that path, and as you begin to pass by, you see as the skull cracks and curls as it follows you as you pass by it.
Greg flips off the skull. Just very casually. And
The skull just goes back into the wall, out comes a hand flipping him back off. Alright, so it's following you, and you simply just flip it off, nothing out of the ordinary happens, and you continue on. As you go over an overpass to where just under you, you notice is a small, easily 15-foot drop from where the way you came originally.
Greg takes Rife and throws him off for being useless. He doesn't actually.
Okay.
You're just that way.
We continue because we don't give a shit about the drop, I guess.
Okay.
Or does anyone want to do anything with the drop?
It's about a 15-ish foot drop, and it's right about where the entrance you came from. But this is where you guys had first noticed these skulls, if you were to drop down.
We keep going deeper, I guess.
Okay? And as you keep going deeper and pass over the landform bridge, you come across on your left side another one of these spikes with the skulls.
Greg flips that one off.
Okay.
cussing in Orcish quietly to himself.
And as you all begin to venture forth, you go under another landform tunnel, and you enter in a fairly large room, to where you see in front of you and towards the middle of the room a fairly large, almost the size of what a giant's hand would be, half buried into the ground, with a sword that looks like it could easily fit in his hand, stabbed into the ground to where about his wrist would meet his forearm would be. To the left of you, you have another set of spikes with the skull and another minecart. As to the right, in the center of the room, right in front of the giant's hand and sword, you have another set of spikes and skull. And this particular one is stuck in place with the vines, as you also have a decent set of vines wrapping into another section of the wall, as these vines seem to be leading up to what looks to be on a 35 foot tall cliff, an undead-ish decaying tree that has 0 leaves whatsoever.
Greg walks up to the sword.
I knew you were going to take that then. You want to see if you can pick it up?
Greg pulls the sword out of the ground like it's Arthur and Sword in the Stone.
Make me a strength check.
Nat 20 again.
Alright. So as you grab onto it, and you struggle for a decent minute, as this thing is hefty in there, and it make things worse, this thing's got a decent bit of weight to it, until you eventually loosen the dirt it's in, and you can pull it out. And this thing is every good bit of maybe 15 feet long. This is a big sword. Like, this is
Greg puts this diagonally over his back.
This thing is like Monster Hunter sized.
Hey, Greg,
This
I
is
got
making
an
Cloud's
idea.
Buster sword look like a dagger.
Greg, I got an idea. I got a great one. Well, I'm going to go over there and very gently rub holy water on the blade.
Okay.
Greg, I approve. This sounds like a good idea. Maybe, maybe before next fight we should rub holy water on my mending and 2 main blades.
That would probably be a good idea too, because this way we have a much better chance of just cutting through foes like a hot knife through butter. All right, so
I'm looking up how big the giant's knife is, because now I'm curious.
I'm gonna examine that hand coming out of the ground, because I need to learn more about what's going on here.
Roll me an investigation.
That D20?
Yeah.
All right.
I hope we encounter a bag of holding just so it becomes easier to carry my swords.
I just rolled a nat 20.
Alrighty.
Nice.
So as you look at this hand, it definitely looks like it is trying to grasp onto something, but whatever it is buried under this massive labyrinth died as it was getting ready to grip something. And it's half buried over, as most of its palm and in between the fingers, right where the knuckles meet the palm, are buried so that just the actual fingers itself and the bottom part of the palm and the wrist is poking out of the ground, formed like it's ready to grasp onto something.
I hope this isn't quicksand,
It is not.
because I want to whatever killed that giant. I'm gonna move over to where, what is that in the wall there, down near the bottom? Like, like to the left of those crates.
In the wall, as you look over to it, and you notice it looks almost like what could be of some kind a religious statue, as in front of what looks to be a stone in like a Greek column form arc, in the center of it and a little bit forward is a marble statue, male, skinny, almost anorexic kind of, with very commoner clothes, like he's pointing to something, and a bald head, but yet very long Dumbledore beard. And his facial expression is almost fearful.
I suspect something. Where is he pointing?
He's pointing in the direction of the crates, of which you see any massive collection of boulders that have a severely rusted brass mess of chains holding this thing together.
Greg, would you like to play a little game of throwing swords just in case hitting it normally would cause a problem?
Throwing swords? Greg reaches down and takes out one of his mending swords. And
I've come to the conclusion that every time we've attacked anything that looked fragile here, at least in terms of the vines or anything, we've been blasted with necrotic gas. The safest thing I can think to do is attack it from a distance.
Greg, wait, what am I throwing it at? I spaced out for a second, sorry.
We're throwing it at these chains to see if we can break them and see what.
Greg throws the mending greatsword at the chains, giving it a spin so it stays straight through the... Greg moves into position and throws them... Whoops. Throws the mending greatsword at the chains.
Okay. Roll me... You know what? Just roll me a basic d20.
I rolled a 6.
Okay. So you don't make it all the way to the chains, and your aim is a little bit off, being that you're currently holding on to this massive greatsword.
The massive sword's on my back.
Okay. But yeah, the weight of it just sheer throws off your equilibrium a little bit, and you throw it a bit off as you throw it straight into the minecart, as it immediately crumbles into the ground and turns to a dust. Like this thing was like a Nature Valley granola bar almost. I'm gonna need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw.
D20.
I rolled a 16.
14.
17 plus 1, that'll be 18.
What did we just do?
You'll find out in a moment.
Oh wait, I didn't even add my wisdom, which is plus 1, so I guess I rolled a 17 then?
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, with my wisdom, being a wizard, I think I've got, let me check here. I've got a plus 1 too, so that made it 15.
Yeah, I rolled a 17 and my wisdom save is a plus 1, so I had an 18.
Alright, Alright, so Stutson's got an 18. Anna, you got that. What'd you get, Blue?
I got a 17. I rolled a 16 plus the 1 of my wisdom.
Okay. So as you hear echoing through the entire labyrinth, this immense high pitch of just agonic screech. But you all manage to just all in sync, like all three of you just in sync, just cover your ears and like huddle down as you feel the ground vibrate under your feet. But you can all guess that whatever you just did, it did not like it in the sense that it hurt it.
Did we just figure out by accident what the fucking phylactery is?
I
No,
think we
it's not
did.
a phylactery. But you solved one of the Easter egg steps of destroying the minecarts. And I'm already rewarding you guys your player experience.
I know it's gonna bite me in the ass by saying this, but don't I somewhat get somewhat of a disadvantage because I have I'm holding rights on the back of my fucking head so I can only hold one ear shut?
No, right? No, we strapped Rife to your back using the extra rope that would normally be tied around Rife's waist.
Yeah,
Oh, sweet.
and it wasn't so much to see if you could, like, have a disadvantage. This isn't merely to see if you could hold your sanity together to withstand this lichatic, necrotic screech of agonic pain. As you guys had just successfully solved one of the many Easter egg steps, and that is
We've
destroy.
solved 2 of them now, right?
You have not. You have solved 1. You have figured out 2.
Okay. Do we need to destroy all the vines somehow?
Oh, that was gonna be my thing. I was gonna say I was gonna walk up to the vines and cut them again. But this one, the one that's covering the skull.
Why don't we just light some torches and burn them? How many torches are in Adventurer's Pack? 10?
10.
And didn't we make 10 makeshift? So we have like 30 torches?
Grand
I
total.
feel like that was a bad idea.
If we're far enough away, I feel like we'll be able to cover our face in time to protect us from the necrotic gas.
Because like we could just throw a sword at it again. See what that.
I have my glaive, so I could just whack it from a distance.
Also, Greg takes off the giant greatsword for a second, grabs the other mending greatsword,
Now,
and
do you have
throws
it
it at the chains again.
So do you have the greatsword in hand, or do you set it on the ground?
He sets it on the ground,
Where do you set it?
right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
This is gonna be a stupid idea, isn't it?
No, I was just needing very specifics of where you set the sword, just because reasons.
Oh, also, wait, actually, no. Before Greg does that, finish this thing about the scream. The ground was trembling.
So yeah, that was it. It's just you hear this ear-piercing, wretched, necrotic, and agonistic scream that is literally vibrating the entire labyrinth, and it gives you all a decent-sized headache, but you don't sustain any psychic damage, as you had basically solved one of the Easter egg steps.
So yeah, like I basically turned to Greg and I just like, we gotta be freaking careful because this maze just made it clear that this is freaking diabolical.
And from that
Right.
scream alone, you do see Ryth just like wake up as he's holding his head and he just groans in just complete distraught as he's got a menacing migraine forming. What the fuck was that?
We
you're
have
finally
slightly
awake.
pissed off Lich.
Slightly.
Greg throws the other mending sword at the chains.
Roll me another d20.
Come on, big money. I rolled an 8.
So this time, roll with advantage now that you've got that weight off your back.
What the fuck would the advantage be? Oh, no,
So
wait.
You roll twice.
I rolled an 8 plus... I forgot to add the fucking plus 7. I rolled an 18 the second time.
Okay, so you're gonna just take the 18 because I said no modifiers. I mean, I think that's why I said just roll a d20.
I didn't hear you say no modifier.
I didn't out loud say it, but I said just roll me a d20, meaning no modifiers. Like
Okay.
It's just basically like a basic check. There's no specific for it. So this time now that you got that weight off your back, you take the hilt and you throw it like a javelin. As it gets close to the chains, you can't explain it, but as it gets remotely close to the chains, whatever mangled apple earbud wire net that magically happens in your pocket just unravels and just spiderweb snares the sword and reaps it into the rock. As you notice, the rock almost forms rib cages as if it's split apart and grab around the sword and pull it into the actual wall.
Does anyone have dynamite? Because Greg really needs to get that sword back, because that's his grandfather's sword.
Just starts punching it.
You bastard! Give it back!
Greg fucking Jojo walks up to the other sword.
Are you
Picks it up.
approaching me?
Greg picks up the 15-foot greatsword. Jojo walks up to the other mending greatsword, sheaves it, and gets ready to swing at the chains. He's getting that fucking sword back.
I basically rush over and basically not like trying to stop him, but basically trying to like hold the phone there.
Greg takes the fucking flask of holy water and goes.
Wait,
Gets ready to be like.
Just goop juice. Find Resident Evil 8. Just throws it on the fucking sword.
He fucking bashes it on the sword and coats the entire 15-foot sword. Da 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 da. JoJo theme starts playing. Does the actual sword have any like bonus? Wait, what die do I roll for this sword if I actually hit?
You would roll 2d10, but roll me to hit first.
Nat 19.
Okay. So before you roll damage, you take this with two hands and just straight cricket back. Go to slam it into the chains. Again, as it gets close, the chains snare around the blade itself to the point where this sword is so long, it ravels around the entire blade, making its way to the hilt, wrapping around your hand and eventually going up your arm. As this thing is really fucking cold to the touch. It is bone chilling.
What about the holy water?
No effect as of right now, but this thing is grabbing onto it, and because this thing is so long and you're holding onto it, it's continuing the point of contact and crawling up your arm, swirling around.
Alright, so
Okay.
do I roll to hit or do I roll to pull away?
So right now you've hit it, but it's getting ready to pull you into wherever it took that sword into.
We're all still tied together, right?
You are.
We're all going to get Greg's sword. Unless, hold on. Greg's going to counter strength roll to pull the chains off the goddamn wall.
I immediately cut myself free. But
No. I got an idea. Golak, get the hell over here and grab Greg and help him pull.
So
That's what
both.
I was literally gonna say, oh no, you don't drop him back. Come here.
We've reattached Eustace via Golark. But we've
I am freaking trying to think strategically and not get sucked into this freaking
How
thing.
do I
because-
remove Rife from Golark?
I got it.
Golark's over here about to help Greg. Alright.
I'm gonna need both of you to roll me a strength check with advantage. And it's not so much what you guys roll, but what you roll together that's gonna make or break this.
Big money, Zestin. Big money.
I got 11.
Plus your strength
So
mod.
Huh?
Plus your strength mod.
That would be a +5 because I have a 3, but I'm also... Well, I don't know how the fuck to do this because I have a +3 to modifier, but with me being a Dragonborn, that gives me a +2 in strength, but I have a proficiency bonus in strength, which is additional +3.
So your proficiency bonus should already be not proficiency bonus, but the way I designed your paper is all of that should already be put together. So whatever your modifier is already all of that added up.
Okay, so it's just a 3 apparently. So that would be 14.
Okay. And what'd you get below?
You're not gonna believe this, but I got another nat 20, which is a nat 27 because of Greg's strength.
I'm trying to think strategically here. Like I'm not getting
Great.
sucked into the thing.
Greg needs that fucking greatsword. I will send you a picture again if you need.
No. You should watch the stream and just see my reaction to that.
So what the hell did me and Greg do?
Wait, so what did Justin roll again? What did Golak get again?
I rolled an 11, but I have a +3, so I have 14.
Plus your 27, which would make a grand total of 40. As Golak grabs onto, so the chains wrap around you. Golak grabs onto your hand and the chains, giving him extra grip. As you put your hand on the end of the butt of the blade to where this massive ball forms, so basically like the handguard of a sense, at the end of the butt of the blade, and you both just dig your heels into the rock and just straight heave and hoe and just heave and hoe as you hear the chains fighting and you hear the rust crackling and just jangling. As you eventually see the rust of the chains like dusting off, as it's literally a game of tug of war until you bust the chains off of the wall, and whatever is on the other side of that rubble just straight Kamehameha blast bursts into that religious statue. Like a fucking nuke went off in there. And that's the blast radius of it. As you see this very tormented, distorted, it almost looks like it's supposed to be a Dracolich, but it's far too small to be a Dracolich. And it doesn't have a draconic head, skull. This thing has got like the skull of, say, a boar almost. But yet the rib contortion and size of it is literally of a Dracolich, but it doesn't even have a tail. Instead, it's got a second head as this thing crawls out with 6 legs.
Is this the Lich?
You don't know that, but this thing just crawls out with your sword in its mouth, like fucking like fucking Zorro.
Greg takes the 15-foot greatsword and shakes the chains off.
I'm gonna need you all to roll me initiative.
While I do that, Golak is just huffing and puffing, just looks at Greg. You alright?
I rolled a 12.
Plus your initiative bonus?
What?
Plus your initiative bonus?
What's the initiative bonus? Wait, hold on.
You should have an initiative bonus. What's your dexterity bonus? Or your modifier.
My dex mod is +1.
So you would have a 13.
So, yeah, and that is I rolled my exact dex.
Okay.
So doesn't size give it any weight bonus for damage?
That's what gives it the extra 2d. That's what gives it the extra d10. It's 2d10 damage.
Wait, what is the normal greatsword? It's just a single d10?
Yeah, single d10. But its sheer weight and size gives it a bonus damage.
Greg is determined to kill this thing. It has his sword.
Oh, this is interesting. I just rolled an 18 plus my dexterity modifier is a 2, so I have a dirty 20.
So Golark's going first.
Okay.
Don't worry, friend. I'll help you. I'll try to get your greatsword back.
There is no try. The greatsword is coming back, whether or not that beast likes it. Or whether or not it's on that beast still.
Okay, oh boy.
And I've got the boss music already playing for you guys.
I am okay. I have to think strategically here on how to counter this friggin'
Alright, so what'd you get for initiative, Kana?
What dice do I roll for that?
D20 plus your dexterity modifier. And Stetson, what did you get?
I said I got an 18 plus my dexterity is a 2, so I have a dirty 20.
20.
I got it.
Only roll it landed weird. Okay, that frick 20.
Natural 20?
Motherfucker!
Natural 20 plus your dexterity mod?
Okay, dexterity. Let me check. Dexterity. There's no. I got a +0 for that. So that's a 10.
All right, so you would get a bonus. So the way it works, if two people have the same initiative, is it would be whoever has the higher dexterity modifier for their characters. Being that you got a natural 20, you would get a special bonus round to start off the battle, and then it would go to Stetson, and then back to you.
All right.
And let me just grab a token real quick. I probably don't have an exact...
What did Rife roll?
He rolled...
Hey,
yeah, let me get back to hit the initiative real quick. He rolled a 8. He rolled an 8.
Okay, so Greg is going third. I have an idea. Pincer maneuver, and then Greg comes through the middle with his currently covered in holy water 15-foot greatsword.
So just for simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna have this token out since it kind of represents it just a little bit.
All right, so I got a plan here. Hey, Golark, you want my anchor for a second?
Nah, guys,
Just for warning, that's the size difference between you guys and it. Hold on, let me.
Okay, that's a big monster. That's a big monster.
Yeah, that's the size difference of it.
I know Greg just looks like, hold my sword. Like, hold my beard just looks like, here, hold my sword.
Greg,
okay.
Greg takes off
Hold my
the
sword.
cape.
I'm using its sword.
Greg takes off the cape, and he's gonna embed his swords into this thing.
Greg's like, fuck the swords. I'm gonna go straight maul this thing.
If he has to, Greg will embed all of his swords into this thing, and then go fisticuffs with it.
Okay, so Kana, you were talking about.
So Kana, you got a bonus because you rolled a natural 20. You got a bonus.
All right, so what do I get 2 actions or?
No, so you get a round all to yourself because you rolled a natural 20. Then it's going to kickstart initiative, which means it's going to be Stetson, and then since you would fall under him in initiative, it would be back to you. So you have a free round to yourself to prepare for anything.
All right. Well, first things first. I'm taking my freaking potion. I'm taking a swig. If it's on, it's on.
Go for it.
So I'm drinking my my elixir, my potion that usually makes people nutty.
Right. But it turns you into basically the properties of a water creature.
Yeah, so I've got claws, I've got teeth, I've got some muscle, and and I'm ready to square off against this thing. Am I able to cast any spells?
If you've got the spell slots for it, go for it.
Well, since we all took a rest, let's do this.
You didn't get the chance to take a rest.
Oh, did we? All right.
No, you guys broke it to go explore after you learned it was a lich.
Okay, so I don't know if I have any spell slots, because I've casted about 5 spells now.
It's not so much spell slots, but more so, what's your soul essence at? Remember, we're doing that system.
I don't know.
Because you had a grand total of 350. If you casted 5, give or take 100, 150 already depleted.
Well, I guess. Well, luckily I'm gonna have one. I have one spell that I'm gonna use, and then I'm going to save for physical attacks.
Okay, so what are you gonna cast?
So, eat magic missile.
Okay.
Cast it at what level, though?
I imagine if it was at high level, it would cost quite a bit.
Basic magic missile will cost you, and by default it's a first level spell, it would cost you about 20 soul essence, and at higher levels and it just greatly increases by 10.
So by 5th level, that would be
20? Or not 20, 50?
So 20. So plus 10 for second, third, fourth, fifth. 60.
Cast it at 3rd level.
Let's do 3rd level, and if there's a way to replenish soul essence, which I'd imagine there would be, right?
If you look back to the rules of soul essence, D&D rules. Soul essence. To regenerate soul essence back, there are 3 ways. On a short rest, roll a d20. At earlier levels, you take what you roll and double it. At higher levels, triple. On a long rest, you gain everything back. Should you be in an area where rest isn't an option, be on the lookout for soul crystals on your travels, commonly found in magic shops, as these are a synthetic crystal.
Okay, so we haven't found any of that. So.
You do not.
Didn't he come equipped with some, though?
He did. And he should have had 5.
And I don't think he's used any.
He has not.
Can I?
By all means, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna cast a 5th level magic missile.
So, give me one moment. So as you reach into your pouch and you take one of these crystals and you just sheer force just crush it in your hand as the dust slowly seeps into the palm of your hand, almost like fiberglass, and it just seeps in, and you feel yourself almost like an injection of just arcane will as you regenerate 25.
All right. So yeah, I'm casting magic missile. Eat nightmares, monster.
All right, roll that damage.
D20?
Yep. No, because it's an automatic hit with magic missiles. So you would be rolling 3, 4, 5. You'd be rolling 6 d4.
All right, where's that? Where's that one at? D4. That's the pyramid, right?
Yes.
All right. Rube Goldberg this. Let's roll. 4.
Minus. All right, so first hit's a 4. So just your first one just comes out of your hand, and it crushes right into its skull of the front of it, as it pierces through and just very minor fractures to the skull as it just slowly crackles its neck side to side, like it's actually cracking its neck, and just focuses attention onto you with the sword in its mouth.
All right, I rolled a 3 for the next one.
All right, as you now let off another one as it's turning its head to face you, it cracks one right in the jaw as it knocks out one of its back teeth.
Greg, I'm gonna need you to act as my defense because I feel like he's going on wizard roll. I feel like he's going on wizard attack.
Do
Rolling
not
again.
worry. That beast
I got
has
4.
my sword. And I'm in the between it and my friends. It
I've
will
got a
not.
4.
Next one's a 4.
Yep.
So as you take a minor step back to like put some more distance, as you focus your arcane energy on it more, and you just right where its eye should be as it crackles its skull, and you see it kind of get a little bit on the pissy side as it kind of crouches down and just lets out a very necrotic skeleton just you're pissing it off.
Okay, new roll. 2.
2. So it's getting a little
And-
low. It kind of throws you off a little bit as your aim is now just a little bit not so as focused. And your next one just knocks it right into the shoulder as it just darts its head into where it hit and just very creakily goes back to you.
All right, how many more rolls do I got?
One more.
Come on. 2.
Big
2.
You gotta say big money beforehand.
All
right. So then you let out another one as this one basically just hits the same spot, and it's now we've been on the salty side, leaving us next to Stetson's turn, unless you have something else you would wish to do, as far as like a bonus action or movement.
I get behind Greg because
Which you already
I
are.
feel like-
He crouches down behind Greg.
Well, I'm trying to be strategic here because now it's all him. I've managed to soften him up for you.
We've still got Golark, then you again, then Greg, then Rife.
All right, so go up, Golark. It's all yours.
Okay, before I do anything, DM, I personally message you on Discord. I would like you to read that for a second because I do want to surprise them with this strategy, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do it.
All right.
I know exactly what Greg's first set of moves are.
Okay. Both of those could be considered as a bonus action. All 3 would be considered a bonus action, so... No, 2 would be a bonus action, and the last one would be a main action, and that's just a basic attack as you do that anyway. So yeah, go for it.
So I can do all that?
You can do all that. In that order.
Okay. For my first attack, I'm going to trigger Rage. Then I'm going to use my bonus attack of Primal Path, which is Path of the Gourd Fiend, which allows me to trigger Bloodlust. And then I can use Reckless Attack with the Bloodlust, gives me an additional while I'm raging. I gain temporary hit points equal to my proficiency monitor. But with that, also as a bonus action, I can use that to heal. But I'm not going to do that, so I'm going to trigger all that, and I'm going to grab my fucking glaive, look at the fucking thing, like, you took something that belonged to my friend. Now you shall pay.
Roll to hit. With advantage because you're reckless attacking.
I rolled a 10, so
Plus your strength.
that'll be a +3. That'll be 13.
Roll damage.
That'll be a D6, right? Oh no, that'll be something for my glaive, which I don't have a D10 on me.
Just use the
Hold on, wait.
the bot.
Would I be able to roll using the lucky D10 for Stetson?
It's up to him.
Stetson?
Go for it, but don't fuck this up.
0 counts as a 10, right?
Yes.
Alright. Big money. We got a 5.
Alrighty. So as you take your glaive and you just lunge it forward, it goes right into the front right of the 6 legs, right where the cartilage of the kneecap would be. And it just looks down at its knee. It just creakily, just bones crackling as its head just gradually moves up to you.
Okay.
Looks like I pissed you off.
You're all
But I'm not
pissing it
mine.
off. And you said you dealt 5 damage? Alright.
Yeah.
I
Alright.
dealt.
Yep.
So, Greg's, now your turn. Get your sword
No,
back.
it's
It's Eustace's
it's
turn.
uses again.
Eustace.
Okay, I've got a plan here. All right. I'm not casting a spell, but I think I have something that should do some damage to this thing.
Gives Greg
I-
Felix.
Well, that's one thing I'm going to do, but the other thing I'm going to do is take a swig of holy water, then utilizing my fish gun, or fish lips, I basically water gun holy water at this thing.
As you just water gun and just spit it out at it, it just like drips off of its skull as you can see it sizzling and slowly eating away at the bone, but it's barely doing anything actually useful as you deal 9 points of holy damage against it.
Okay, so that, did that count as my attack, or?
I'll count that as a bonus action.
Because, all I have is my anchor, and I kind of don't want to get close to this thing.
About how long is it? Like the creature.
Enough to be the equivalent to a regular-sized wolf to the giant.
I don't know how big a fucking giant is, Pyro, so feet, man.
Giant edition. They are height. They're about, give or take, 20 feet tall. So that would mean this thing is easily about 15. About as equally long as your sword.
Very good. I
Is
have
that
an
including tail?
Doesn't have a tail. It is a
Alright.
dragon-sized rib cage with 2 boar-like skulls on either side of it with 6 legs. And the one that's facing you right now has your grandfather's sword in its mouth like it's fucking Zacian from Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Or the sword wolf from Dark Souls.
Yeah, that could work too.
I have an idea. I hope this works. Range combat. Let's see if this works. If I can. I'm gonna use, since my anchor still has rope tied to it, and I still have enough strength, I can throw it. I'm gonna try throwing it with the rope attached like a freaking
Harpoon.
just throw the friggin' thing's face.
All right, roll to hit.
Okay, what do we roll here?
D20 plus your strength.
All right. Rube Goldberg, here we go. 3.
All right. So, as you get now ready to just hurl this thing, you seem a little out of shape just as you're causing this magic missile, and you can just barely get it on your shoulder so you can hurl it, and you just drop it back to the ground.
Greg, it's all you. I couldn't do it.
Greg reaches backwards for the elixir for a second.
Take it. Do what you gotta do.
Greg
You
takes
get-
the elixir. He takes a drink.
All right, you gain
Like
the
an
benefits of the
actual-
rage.
An actual drink, not a sip, by the way, which is what
So
we
you
did
start-
before.
Hey,
Yeah, you gain the
chunk-
benefits of rage.
All right. So for Greg's first move, he's going to use aggression to get right up to its face.
All right, it's going to make an opportunity of attack against you. That is a 17.
Greg's exact armor class.
So this thing is, as you're coming up to it, it's gonna jerk its head to the side and just down swipe the sword right to where your neck would meet with your armor, so right on your collarbone, as it just dinks and sinks itself into your armor to dent it in, but not enough to actually pierce through, as it is literally nose to nose with you and just snarls at.
The sword sort of just phases into into Grandpa's helmet, not hurting Greg. Stupid beast. My family weapons cannot hurt their owners. Next, Greg's going to use bonus action,
Okay.
as well as, if I have the ability, action surge after that.
Okay. So
He's
You-
going
you
to
bonus-
strike this beast 3 times with the sword from having 3 different actions.
all right, so you got your main action just from your sheer turn. You've got action surge, which would give you a second one. And don't you have extra attack?
Oh yeah.
So that
That's
would give
great.
you, like-
extra.
So you would get a grand total of 4 attacks. So
Greg
roll me-
swinging with the 15-foot sword covered in holy water.
So yeah, roll me
All 4
a D.
times.
So roll me a D20 to hit plus your strength.
And hold on. I need to do a little bit of math.
You do a little bit of math.
Yeah. Greg might already be on meth. We got a 19. We got a 19 including the bonus of my strength.
All right, roll that damage. 2d10.
For the first strike, we get a 4. He's getting used to the blade.
So, for the first roll, you mean?
Yeah. Isn't that the... No, the
You roll
first two...
You roll
The
2d10.
first... Yeah.
Your damage is 2d10. So you roll a d10 twice, or roll 2 individual to make the damage out.
Hold on. We'll re-roll that.
Okay.
Alright. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, that's the correct pair. Alright. Big money. That's 2. That's a 0.
12.
As you take the giant greatsword that you're holding, and you just straight like Warhammer just wham this thing right into its front right leg. As you watch as the joint of what makes its knee, and that's what you hit. Being you've got Golark that loosened its knee already. You watch as it bends just the opposite way and just the opposite way and is now just literally broken the complete polar opposite of the way it's supposed to bend. As this thing just like jerks its head side to side.
Alright. Greg's gonna bring the sword back up and slice this thing down long ways.
Alright.
Do I need to roll another d20?
Rolling another d20 because you're doing action surge.
That's a nat 20.
Critical! 4d10.
Alright, I'm grabbing all 4 of my... Or actually, I have 6d10, but I'm grabbing 4 of my 6d10. Big money. That's a 5. Big money. God damn it. Hold on. Rerolling that one, it fell off and got moved before I could see what it was.
The first one's a 5.
Big money. That's a 6. Wait, that's the last one roll. Big money. That's a 0.
The 10.
Big money. That's another 0.
Another 10. So you lift this great sword up,
And like someone from Monster Hunter just straight struggling with the massive great swords they got in that game, you just bring it over your shoulder and just down smash and just completely completely dismember the front right of the legs, just straight crushing and cracking it off from its socket.
Greg was striking down the middle of the beast.
Right, and you managed to get its leg. As this thing is that massive.
Greg's like right in front of its snout.
Thing's fucking heavy.
Alright, do we roll another d10 for the bonus action from Action Surge? Or just...
So you took your bonus action to use aggression, used your main action to attack, you used your bonus action to Action Surge, giving you another set of action, which would be your main hit. Now you have one more hit to do in for your extra attack.
Alright. Alright, so I'll roll another d20?
Yep. No, just roll your damage out.
Oh. How many die this time?
2d10.
Greg's going back for that middle down strike.
Alright. Being that you've got it I won't even say semi, you just completely dismembered one of its legs.
Just one? It's a 15-foot sword. And I just did nearly...
15.
I did over 30 damage.
15.
Yeah, 15-foot sword, and the beast is 15 feet long.
Right.
Alright,
Don't question the DM.
fine. That's a 10.
10.
That's another 10.
Another 10. Alright. So as you know, after you slam it into the ground after completely chopping off one of its legs, you drag it forward towards you, lifting it back up, and just slamming it into its spine. As you just completely just crack its spine. You hear it crack, but you almost see nothing really happen, like you just popped its back. As it just shakes it off and just, like a dog just got slapped on the nose, it's just shaking it off. Alright, that gives its next turn to Sergeant Wright. Okay. So... He's going to rush over, give you guys some backup, and he's going to try to grapple check the sword to rip it out of its mouth. as a 15 plus 3. Not enough. As he goes to grab the actual sword, this beast just straight up just opened his jaws and just crunch, slamming down on his arm and just literally rips his entire forearm off of his body, as now he's just basically got from the shoulder to the elbow, just pissing blood like a fountain, and you just hear him just scream in absolute agony.
How much health does Greg has enough health for right now?
For now, as he suffers. Where is it? There it is. And this one. 16 points of bleed.
Oh, that.
Rife falls over dead.
No, he's got some health left in him. For now.
Hey, at least you're gonna be like Gobbler.
And it's gonna end his turn, leaving us with the boss.
Oh, God.
As this thing is going to take the sword that was just tried to grab, and he's gonna attempt to just straight slash it into Rife. Natural 20.
Rife is dead.
What's your damage counter on that sword?
The damage on that sword?
Yeah.
That's a D10.
Okay.
Oh,
And
God.
it's an enchanted mending sword, so maybe a few other enchantments we have yet to realize that DM might pull out.
Nah.
Hey, you are dead. As he suffers 8 points of piercing as it stabs right into his lower abdomen, and he lifts him up off his feet and turns like a goddamn centipede as the two heads slowly begin to face each other and stares him right in the eyes, as he now suffers an additional 2 points of soul suck.
He wasn't using that. We have sacrificed Rife to get Greg's sword.
No, he was just dumb.
Yeah, Rife's a distraction. He's kept the rest of us from getting hit by that beast.
Top of the line, so Stetson.
Okay, so with the thing that I did, the bloodlust, it
Right.
says I suck up for hit points. How many did I do for hit points?
You did 5, so you would gain 5 temporary hit points on top of your additional health. So those would dissipate first before your actual health gets touched. So make a second line of your health and just put THP and put 5/5.
Yeah, because on there it said as a bonus action I can sacrifice them to heal myself the number of points, which I'm not going to do that. I was just warning how much I had.
Because you can stack. Because you can technically stack and then just straight heal yourself to max health if you wanted to.
Yeah, so TP 5 HP, and then since I use reckless attack, these next rolls will be at with an advantage.
Because you are reckless.
Disadvantage.
Nope. Anytime you are attacking with reckless attack, you gain advantage.
Then I'm curious to which one I did that I used. They said it would be a disadvantage, but it could have been something different. Okay, so I'm gonna trigger.
Let me just double check my sources here. Reckless attack, fifth edition.
Is Rife still alive, or is he just
For
dead
now,
impaled?
he is alive.
We should probably heal him.
Starting at second level, you can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with fierce desperation. When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on melee attack weapons, rolls, as well as using strength for this turn. But attack rolls against you will also have advantage until your next turn.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I'm gonna use my extra attack. So I can attack twice on him.
You get that automatically. It's not you don't use it, you get it. So every time you can technically attack twice.
Okay, unarmored defense. Well, I'm not wearing any armor, which I am, so that doesn't make sense. I don't need that. Danger sense. That'll only be for saving throws. Okay. With me, since I'm still raged, I would just grab my glaive and try to. Actually, I would try to. I'm gonna see if I can try to get the attention of the one heads to look at me, and then I'm gonna take my glaive and just try to go straight uppercut it.
So how do you wish to try to get its attention?
Well, since it's looking at Wraith,
Not looking at so the back head is looking at Wraith, literally sucking his soul out, while the other is holding Wraith on Greg's sword, just basically holding it there.
So
okay, so since, okay,
He's
so
literally
since
like holding the marshmallow to the flame, essentially.
Since I have the extra attack, I'm definitely gonna use that. I'm gonna use my first attack to try to get his damn attention. So I'll unsheath my glaive, unsheath my short sword, and go for an attack to try to get his attention.
All right, go ahead and roll attack.
It rolled on weird. Ugh, I hate my fucking desk sometimes. An 8 plus a 3 in strength, that's 9 to 11.
Alright. So as you go to swing your sword, it literally just gets lodged between the vertebrae of this thing's spine as it is clearly bent and curved open due to its very anatomically impossible bend, and it just gets completely lodged between the vertebrae.
Oh, fuck. Okay. So, since I technically don't have a sword anymore, I could go straight punch at it, but that won't do anything.
Don't you still have your glaive?
Look at your glaive.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I do. Yeah, then unsheath that, and then just try the attack. And yeah, I didn't get his attention, but fuck it, I'm gonna attack.
Roll a hit again.
Please, big money, no whammies, no whammies. Damn it, it's a 7. 7 plus 3, that's a 10.
Alright. So as you go to take a lunge at it, you completely whiff and just straight between the bones that has a good crater between its skull and its spine, and just completely whiff into the air as you can't quite reach them with quite enough precision needed to actually land a blow.
Okay. With what's potions? Well, that's a bonus action if I drink it or if I give it to someone else.
Right. And right now you have one that you had drank a third of. And the rest are full.
True. I have 13 as of right now. I did not add how many I did when I drank it. Okay.
Bruh.
How much health would he gain for drinking a third of the potion?
7. So because it's 20. Because 25 divided by 3, and he would gain. Oh no, 8. My bad.
8. Okay, so 13. So I had 13 before. Well, it'll take like I had 14 because I took 1 damage and I did not add. So that would be 14 plus 8. That would be the 22 minus 1. That would be 21. Okay, so.
My dude's doing big brain now.
Okay, what I was planning on doing is I was gonna sacrifice one of my potions and throw somewhat get it into Wright's attention so he can heal because we need the sergeant.
You've got Greg. Also, if Rife dies, I think we might get another party member who could be a wizard with healing spells. Hopefully.
Okay, yeah, fuck Rife.
I'm not saying fuck Rife. If we can save Rife, I'd like to. But I'm saying since this thing's so big, that's secondary priority. Because keep in mind, your fucking tank's face to face with this beast.
Not anymore, because it literally stabbed into Rife and moved its head to an almost anatomically impossible 90 degree as the two heads are basically facing each other, holding Rife over to the second head as it's soul sucking him. And mind you, soul suck does not take away your hit points in sense of dealing damage. It is taking away maximum hit points. So you can literally have a maximum of 1 health Rife, where he is always a 1-tap. He is literally draining life essence from his body.
So what is Rife's maximum health prior to getting 2 soul suck?
Prior 50, and right now he's at 38.
I thought he got 2 soul suck.
Nope.
He is having his life force being drained from his body, and he currently now has a maximum of 38.
I think we're gonna lose Rife, boys.
And a fucking health potion can't help.
You would need someone to cast a spell to restore all that back to him.
Okay, then never mind. Then okay, so I done my attack. Any other bonus actions I can do real quick?
Well, I'd
Welcome to the first boss fight of the game, boys.
Deal as much damage as we can. Try and save Rife as fast as we can.
Oh, could I just give you guys a little warning? You've dealt a fair amount of damage, right?
Yeah.
Guess how much health he has left.
Around 100s, I'm guessing.
Blue, how much do you think he has left?
Oh, 200.
Kana?
I don't even know. I know it's tough. I know this thing is a beast. I know it's tough. I don't even. My best guess is he's definitely got a high number. I don't even know.
Watch it be in 1,000.
Fuck no, I'm not that bad. We started this fight with this thing having a static 500 health. You currently have dealt exactly 100 damage.
It's got 400.
So he has 400 exactly left.
He is 400 left.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
I'd rather not, but I appreciate the offer.
Is it possible? I have one idea.
Okay,
Can it fit into the hallways? Because we could possibly tactically retreat, and Greg could try something if possible.
I mean, it is big enough to actually move around this thing a decent amount, but right now, its attention is to suck the literal life out of this being that's just trying to rip its weapon out of its mouth.
It can move through the room, yes, but can it move through the hallways?
It cannot.
Hey,
okay, so...
I have stupid broken idea that I will PM in a minute.
Okay.
have a broken
okay.
idea. I have a stupid broken idea too. I just hope the DM will allow me to do this because Rife is basically dead.
I already texted the DM for the first attack that I did. He said he allows it, so I already did my stupid idea. But before I end my turn, I'm just gonna walk towards where the broken wood is to the right of me.
Why are you going towards where the soul-sucking head is?
Because I'm trying to see if I can get his attention off of fucking Rice, and that I'll end my turn, so it will be useless.
I have filled one of my flasks with gunpowder, and I toss it to Rife. And I'm like, dude, if you're going out, go out pretty hard.
No.
Take him with you.
Okay. You toss it to him, and as his voice is like half gargled, as I'm gonna make a check real quick. Natural 20. He catches it and reaches into his pouch and uses the blade to light a match. Just let me know when.
Do it! Greg, get back!
Just fucking kill yourself! Just end your life! When did Filthy Frank get in the campaign? Hello?
Hold on.
I will
Right.
remember you.
Wait, let me do one last chance to save you.
Alright, and if
Pyro, look at your PMs.
Oh, fuck me.
if this works, Rife can be saved.
Are you watching the stream?
No, not currently.
Roll me religion.
Wait, has Kana ended his turn?
When it's your turn, roll me religion.
Alright. Kana, you got anything else to do?
I'm gonna attempt to throw my anchor at it one more time. Really throw my anchor at its face.
Roll me a hit roll.
What do we got? What dice?
D20. Always your main go-to,
Okay.
my guy. D20.
Here we go. Just do this right, please. What is that? 15.
Plus your strength.
I have let's see, strength. That would be. I have a -1, so that's a 9.
So what'd you initially rolled?
A 15.
So you'd have a 14. So, roll damage.
All right. What dice? Oh, what dice do I roll?
Believe we had discussed a D10.
It's 2d4 for the anchor, isn't it?
Giant. Let me look again. Giant.
I'm
Anchor.
pretty sure that's what I
Fifth
rolled.
edition. Anchor. It is 2d4 bludgeoning and piercing. Yes, you are correct. You know, just for my own sanity's sake, I'm dropping this in the loot, just so we could always reference back to it.
No, we'll just ask about it every time.
No, please. Even if you do ask, I'm going to reference back to it.
All right, so 2d4s, right?
Yep.
And 1, 2. That's a 2.
Okay.
And 3.
3. Alright, so a total 5 damage. As you hurl this thing and just you clink it right where the jaw meets the upper part of the skull, and you kind of dislocate it a bit as it instinctively just drops the blade as its jaw is now kind of unhinged, and its head just reaches over to you as it drops the writhe and the sword.
Greg! I got your sword back!
Are you proud of me, Dad?
Greg! Save
Okay.
me!
To start Greg's turn, he takes his own 2 swords on his back off. He discards his pack and the 2 swords on that, unsheaves the other mending greatsword, and takes the stance of his 25 times great-grandfather, Grug the Noble. He is intending to summon the strength of all 24 who have worn the helmet and passed. He is going to unleash holy hell of fighters, paladins, fucking pretty much every other class that is not a barbarian that's big melee damage, basically.
All right, roll me a religion check.
A nat 20.
Oh shit!
What do you want to do?
Greg is going to take this sword and use pushing strike to drive it deep into the beast's skull through the eyes.
Being that you are doing all this with the power of 25, I don't see if you see what I'm tossing in my hand.
No, I do not. Is it the big D20?
Oh,
No,
it's not a big D20, but it's a big dice, all right.
Is it the D100?
It's a golf ball.
I think Greg kind of just. I think Greg just nat 100 this bitch with 24 other giant orcs in.
So as this thing jerks its head and just screams at fucking Eustace, you take full advantage and just lunge your sword straight between right between the eyes as your blade just pierces through like brittle cookie, and just cracking through the skull as you even make its way through several of the vertebrae.
Yes!
And just out of pure spite, you crack its spine and just completely rip off the front head off of the entire body as the body just slowly just like curls up, and the back leg that is left just contorts as you watch as the bones just straight morph into this four-legged, now has an arm for a tail that curls back like a scorpion tail as it coils around and is now facing you with the back head and just right in your face.
Can Greg use bonus action on this?
You cannot use action surge until your next shorter long rest.
Not action surge. Extra action. 5th
Okay.
level.
Are there 2 of these things now?
No,
Nope.
it is. He just literally just ripped the front head that was holding the sword clean off the body. The one leg that hadn't been fucking ripped off literally just cracked, dislocated, and relocated to where the head was as now like a scorpion tail wannabe, and is now just a 4-legged boar with a scorpion tail.
Does Greg still have the power of the other 24 in him?
Currently, this thing lasts your entire turn.
Greg grabs the other mending greatsword. He's going to fucking executioner cut this bitch's head off.
Okay, so it's in second phase.
It's in phase 2.
Greg's going to push it. Can it still soul suck from this head now?
It can.
Greg's going
because
to
the first head
head.
the first one that you dealt damage to was its physical head. This is its spellcasting head.
Oh, crap.
Greg's going to double decapitate this bitch.
Roll to hit.
With with 2 great swords and the might of 25 orc warriors.
By the power of Grayskull!
That's another nat 20.
Fucking god.
Greg scissor cuts this bitch's head off.
Okay, where's the popcorn?
Yeah, you're gonna need it after what I just rolled.
Where's what?
He said, "Where's the popcorn?" And I said, "You're gonna need it after what I just rolled."
What'd you roll? Nat 100?
And you rolled a critical. As you just hack and slash, just straight with one arm, down diagonal slashing this thing's face and clean cutting it in half, ripping the absolute jaw off as it's now only hinged by like literal cartilage and it's just dangling. As you take your second sword and just down slash in the opposite direction, making an X on its face. And just a knife through butter because you had holy water on this one. And
Oh
just
no!
straight...
Greg's using the 2 mending greatswords.
I'm aware. You doused it.
He doused both.
I'm aware. And you just straight from the eye socket across the nose and just where the section of the middle of the teeth would be so that all that's left is the top left of where his teeth would be. It's just clean off. So literally you just have a skull that like this much of it is gone. It can't scream, but it would if it could.
Can it soul suck?
It can still, but
Can
you
Greg
heard
eat?
it. Bad.
How much health does it have left?
Aw, cat got your tongue.
50 health? Can I use a maneuver die to use grappling strike?
You would have to have done that with your basic hit because you would add that maneuver die D8 on top of your damage.
Ah, damn. Then someone rip this head off before it soul sucks Greg.
Which would be Sergeant Reith.
Use the grenade! Use the grenade!
As he literally takes the flask you gave, shoves it in what eye socket is left,
Wait, in front of Greg?
and drops the match.
Can Greg make a roll to
I was gonna say,
Run.
make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
He's gonna make one too.
That's a... Hold on, what? Hold on. Keep holding on. One
I'm
more.
holding
That's
on.
An 8. That's an 18.
Plus 18. So you
Greg-
just Elden Ring back roll dodge as you see this.
Can he back roll
Purple.
into Eustace to knock Eustace further back?
You can,
I do that and knock Eustace further back with me.
as he suffers 2 points of bludgeoning damage just from sheer knocking the back of his head against the ground. As the explosion
Sorry, Eustace.
just straight explodes, throwing it right back into the wall. And he suffers 4 points of bludgeoning damage himself as bones, like a fucking grenade, just explode all over the fucking room.
So that thing was some type of lich, right?
It was not.
Ah, you just described it like a type of lich. Okay.
Woo!
Did we level up?
About to find out.
Hell yeah.
Ugh.
Fucking.
We
Be glad. Be
went back to the
glad
hell on that.
for. Be glad for Greg's fucking family magic.
Hey, don't thank me for starting this shit.
I
How
got
did
you back.
Yeah, everyone did a good job, especially Rife, who may or may not be dead.
No,
Yeah.
he's like at like had this much. He suffered that much. He's at 25 health.
What's his max health now?
38.
Alright,
So-
so the same as me and Golark.
Yeah.
Because this is Greg's fault, Greg's going to give Rife one of his healing potions.
Second. Alright, I'm just calculating experience right now.
I mean, though Greg's family magic definitely did help save the day.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
literally,
yeah.
that is the reason you guys are still alive. Like, dude, I'm not even joking. A nat 100 critical.
Yeah. That's what you get for having 25 orcs just smack that bitch at once with 2 great swords.
I mean, I managed to make it drop your sword.
That is good. Thank you, friend.
I'm gonna need you all to make me a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
One second. And I got a 20.
Ooh. Anna?
I got a
Kinda
20.
20.
Damn. So, as the sheer explosion sound almost muffles a second scream of necrotic agony, as this thing itself was another Easter egg step that you have completed.
Good. Greg
Thank
completed
God.
it by wanting his damn sword back. Took no damage in the fight.
But nearly costed him one of his mates.
Look, Greg was enraged because his family sword was at stake.
Like, this motherfucker, I'm a total motherfucker.
Greg.
And plus, Greg is still alive because someone helped him.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Thanks, Golak. The fucking 2 strongest members of the team just said fuck you to that bitch.
Oh,
So,
not that. I was talking about saving your ass from the fucking chains. I would have just left your bitch ass hang.
Yeah.
Alright. So, you don't level up, but Greg, you are damn near close.
God damn it. Wait, isn't there a thing I can do where I don't take loot to get more experience points?
So, the way that it works is, if it wasn't... So, with the cases of bosses, I do need or greed. But this is a Easter egg step, so it doesn't have anything like that, nor did it have anything
Damn
of...
it!
Nor does it have anything of significant drop. But in most encounters that aren't significant for story and it's just a simple encounter, I do search or stay. So where if there is a item loot pot of either coin or items, you can sacrifice your cut of the pot. Instead, you roll me a search stat, which would basically just be an investigation roll, and search one of the corpses.
How close am I to leveling up?
2,000.
So no one leveled up during this one?
You each gained 1,667 experience.
Okay, so no one has leveled up during this.
Not yet. Greg, you have 2,000 even. And Golak and Eustace, you are both at the same with 11,650.
Well.
Is that a lever in the corner of the room?
That's what I was wondering.
Right here?
That'd be the
Yes.
No, it is not.
Ah.
That's just a piece of wood on top of rubble.
I was gonna say, if so, Greg pulls the lever.
What's this do? Summons another one.
Oh, the lever, Kronk.
Sees another one just drop from the ceiling. Wrong lever!
Greg
Okay.
just fucking Thanos snaps that bitch.
No, he just like frantically tries to pull the lever back up.
Nah,
So,
man.
tell me what the hell that was.
That
It
was the Lich's Guardian.
So is the phylactery through the hole in the wall we made?
You don't know
No,
anything
that-
right now. You just know you killed its guardian. And you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps left.
God damn it, I thought there was only 3 steps.
You had 1 that you had completed and 2 that you have discovered.
Didn't we just complete 1?
And you had just discovered and completed another.
What were the... Okay, so we discovered the
You-
mine carts.
You discovered the
and
mine carts, you've killed the guardian, you have discovered the necrotic vines and something to do with the skulls, being that there are so many of them and they react to you. But you don't know what you
So
need to
we've
do.
discovered
And the
3.
other- So you've discovered the necrotic vines and you discovered the skulls. And technically you did discover a third, but you don't know what it is, and I'm not going to fucking tell you. The other 2 that you have discovered and completed are the minecarts and the guardian. Because grand total, there is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps, and you've completed 2 of them. You've completed 2 of them, you have discovered 2 of them, and you have indirectly discovered a third.
Okay, so now we just figure out what the third is.
Greg walks up to the hole and investigates.
It is a giant
Can we?
bedroom, essentially, to this creature, as you see a massive pile of sucked, dried skeletons.
Is there any weapons or anything in there?
There is not.
Ah, damn.
This is literally its room that it was feasting in.
Greg smashes the 2 crates next to him because fuck those crates.
Okay. So you destroy them, just completely obliterating them. One of them crumbles into another thing of apples, as the other crumbles in a massive pile of guts, blood, and organs.
Was that a mimic?
What?
The one that turned into blood, guts, and organs?
No, simply, if anything in here was at one point dissected, that was where they were dumped.
Ah. Greg takes some more apples.
That would have been funny if that was a mimic.
Yes.
You discovered another step! No, I'm joking.
Is,
What?
is there any skulls in this area?
You do,
Two.
and you are standing right... No. There is one right in the entrance, and then you have the one that is covered in the necrotic vines that lead up to a necrotic tree that is very much half dead and wilted away.
Okay, because this might not do anything, but I'm gonna try it. Well, for the ones, I'm gonna go to the vines, cut it, like always. But once I do it, I was gonna instead of putting whenever I do cut it, instead of putting the vines into my bag, I want to see if I can. Like I said, this might not work, but I want to see if the vines are like a key to something probably something with do with those skulls.
I'm gonna move out of the way of those vines for a second, because I'm not taking necrosis.
Okay. So Stetson, make me a Constitution save.
16 plus, what do you say, Constitution?
Yep.
Plus 5, that's 21.
All right. So as you quickly just take a lunge of your glaive and just quickly slash it. As you watch the gas start to leak, you just turn your back to it and cover your mouth and just wait for it to dissipate before you go back to the skull, as it is slowly cracking free and it is literally moving on its own free will to shake the vines off of it before going into a neutral state and then slowly turning to you.
Okay. Now, since I have the vine, like I said, I'm gonna see if these vines are like some type of like key or something that might be useful for like the skulls or something, because we have discovered the vines. That's first thing. We discovered the skulls. Wonder if I could put them together, see if it's like a mechanism.
Okay. Roll me an investigation.
That's D20 plus, let me see my investigation. That would be a +2 into intelligence. So that's a 3 plus 2, that's 5. Nope.
So you can't really find anywhere of where the vine could fit to complete a puzzle piece or anything.
Heh. Eustace, you're the smart one. See if you can figure this out.
I was going to make sure Rife is okay.
He's bleeding quite a bit from the stomach, and he looks pretty drained as his cheeks are slightly sunken in ever so slightly.
Greg,
I'm gonna go over to him and I'm gonna treat him.
Okay. How you wish to do that?
Okay. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give him a shot of the elixir just to get his strength up. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to this is gonna hurt, but I'm gonna cauterize those wounds.
All right. Roll me a medicine check.
All right. That's a D20, right?
D20 plus medicine.
Beady boop. What is that? That is either a 16 or a 6. Because it landed weird.
Reroll it, for the sake of argument.
Alright. And roll again. 8.
All right, plus your medicine.
I'd imagine that I don't have that, but let's find out.
You do. It's in your skills, and it's next to your Arcana and Sleight of Hand and all that, your proficiencies.
Alright, skills. That is... okay, so wisdom, that's +4.
All right, so what'd you originally roll?
I rolled an 8 + 4.
12. Okay. So you take 2 of your fingers and you heat them up nice as like a little soft blue flame is just like a lighter almost. As you draw like a small circle around the very edge of the wounds and slowly just making smaller circles until eventually it's a actual seal, as he suffers 4 points of fire damage, but the bleeding has stopped.
And I'll probably get, like, we've already healed him a little bit, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to so I gave him some of my elixir, that way he could at least be on his feet. And I basically tell him, you need to you took a hard hit, and the elixir will do its job over time,
Oh, did I forget to mention he's still missing his arm?
Yeah,
He
I probably
cauterized
should-
that wound.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he's
I'm
got the
probably gonna-
stab wound to his stomach, and he's completely missing from his right elbow to it's just gone.
Yeah, Greg, you mind me heating up your sword for a second? This
Of
one's
course. Of
I'm
course.
not gonna lie. This one's gonna hurt like hellfire, but it needs to be done to save that. It needs to be done to save that nub.
Greg hands Husis the mending greatsword. Here, take this. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. I was blinded by the family honor. He hands one of his own health potions to Rife.
Okay.
All right,
Roll
so
me one more
I'm gonna-
medicine check
for me or him.
for you.
All right, rolling. Skiddly boop. 13, so +4.
That is a 17. So you do it a little bit more easily, being that you have an actual physical object to kind of give you a little bit more precision. As yes, it hurts like absolute hellfire, but you don't give him any actual sustainable injury, and you completely cauterize his entire arm. It is no longer pissing blood all over the place like a goddamn fountain.
All right, so okay, so yeah, and I'm gonna. So I basically tell him, you, like, for the time being, you get some. Like, you can rest if you want, or you can walk around. It's your choice. But from now on, I suggest you be a little more careful and don't rush in blindly.
Yeah. Note taken. As for this thing, he's just going to beeline it over to where Golark is. Sink his middle and ring finger into where the eye sockets would be for these skulls, and his thumb into its mouth, and just straight rip it out of the wall. Golark, as you're standing right next to it, you watch
Fuck you do that?
as blood spatters like a blood pocket was just opened up in the middle of surgery all over you and Rye as he looks at the skull. You can piss off. And he just shoves it in his bag. Take that as a
Fuck you
trophy.
do that for?
I send my regards.
What in the name of Raymond Burr's Ruby Boxer shorts did just happen?
And with that,
fucking idiot.
not idiots, genius. As you
Idiot.
hear, not loud, but mild screaming in the far background. And not of a necrotic scream, but of a little girl.
What?
Like,
Pretty-
it's not, so it is agonistic, but it's not the same necrotic scream that you heard when you completed a step, but a little girl screaming in pain.
Where's she coming from?
But Grandpa Greg said that wasn't a good idea.
He said it wasn't a good idea to destroy them. He never said don't remove them.
Okay, shit.
Greg,
Golark just looks around like, where the hell she come from? Oh well, when he walks over to, like, okay, I'm gonna finish this shit.
Greg throws a flame. Greg takes one of his own torches out, lights it, and throws it at the half-dead tree.
No, don't be a fool.
We're
Don't be
burning
a
the
fool!
We're burning the fucking tree.
So, you simply light a
Oh.
torch, you throw it, you just
Yep.
lit a tree on fire.
At the half-dead tree, specifically.
You just lit a tree on fire.
So that's not nothing special?
Nothing special, it's just there for added flavor to the
okay.
realm.
So what's over to the left of me if I decide to go over there?
So you have what looks to be a small portion cave-in, like something's supposed to be there, and
There's a flaming tree above you.
there's a flaming tree above you with a decent amount of roots down it in the feet. And to the absolute far left, it looks like it could go onwards into the second level of where the dungeon is.
Okay,
Need I remind you, that leads into the second half of the dungeon, and you have much work to do here.
We're not ready for that yet.
Yeah, I know.
We're not
Okay.
going-
Okay, so
I'm going
because
to.
what I was gonna do, literally what I was saying earlier is about when I said the girl, I was literally gonna say fuck it, I was gonna go venture on my own, search for all the fucking skulls that we see and just rip them out one by one.
That pretty much showed that we can do that, but yeah. First things first. I'm going to go towards that odd cobblestone staircase or whatever that is.
And just so I know which ones we've done so far, I'm going to mark off this wall here as completed.
But there's another.
Yep.
So there's another one that's like down there, like the spikes coming out. There's that one. We didn't rip that out.
Right, you haven't done that.
All right.
You want
I
to use
guess
the angle that out there, Greg?
No, Greg's gonna go over to the staircase with Eustace, not wanting another one of his friends to get hurt.
All right, yeah, because we got to be freaking careful here because the shizit in this place is diabolical.
You're welcome.
So, Pyro,
But
check DMs real quick because there's some funny things that are gonna be happening when multi-class time comes around, if it
All
can.
right. So, Greg, you go first because you're the tank. You pretty
No.
much.
What the
You-
fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a button and a weird image came up.
All right, you go first into this staircase area because I'm not like you're the tank. You could kick the crap out of anything that comes near us.
Hold
I
on.
mean, I'd probably
this motherfucker just
get
asked
in
me
the
a basic kindergarten question.
No. I was asking for the rules of D&D, motherfucker.
So for a stat block?
No, for would that work for multi-classing, but also
Like if you have a raw stat plus your modifier?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
I thought we already went over that.
I didn't remember.
Okay,
But also, look at the message I just sent.
I'm aware. So here's the thing though. Where is that massive sword that you had originally?
Greg picked it up after the fight along with his bag and other swords.
All right.
They're all on his back again and hips. So now he's wielding the last resort swords. The
So you do
mending
realize
one
right now
versus the main one.
because this thing is 15 feet and you are only 8, you basically look like fucking Hawkeye from One Piece.
Greg doesn't give a shit.
I'm just saying, for context, you look like Hawkeye running around right now.
Look, Mihawk was awesome. Draco
Mihawk. That's what I mean. Not Hawkeye, Mihawk. But yeah, with how
Yeah,
he's
his
got
name-
the massive like cross of a sword on his back. Yeah, that's what he looks like right now, just with a giant greatsword.
Though, to
Okay.
be fair, Greg carrying Yoru all over, like all on his back, would be awesome. That's what that sword's called.
Right.
And to be fair, Mihawk was freaking awesome. He's the greatest swordsman in the world.
Okay, while they venture off,
Eustace, it looks like there's some loot down here. Greg calls back quietly enough so only Eustace can hear.
I see. We should probably grab what we can just in case we run across any shops, because even in the world of fiends and monsters, greed is still very prevalent.
He's right.
Yes, maybe we can enchant. Maybe we could perhaps get Bag of Holding. Be very useful for all my swords.
That would be very useful indeed. And I know a trick with a Bag of Holding just in case we run into.
You are not turning it inside out.
I have a question.
What?
Who is the fastest of all of us? Greg can move 30 feet per turn. Can anyone move faster than that?
I believe Golark and Ryth both can move 35.
Okay.
No, I get 40 because I have a plus 10.
Ah, okay. So yeah.
Okay. Golark also has the actual highest strength sands modifier. So if we get a Bag of Holding in a situation where, say, Greg's ever KO'd and we need to hightail it out, we could just put everyone else in the bag and Golark run.
Here's the problem with that. If you were to put everyone into a Bag of Holding and run, they only have 30 seconds of oxygen before they all die in that Bag of Holding.
Couldn't we put a tube out of the bag so there's oxygen?
It wouldn't be enough to actually. It would maybe buy them an extra 10 seconds, because the carbon dioxide emission to actual oxygen intake wouldn't be enough. Like if you had all of them sticking their head out, yeah, they would stay alive. But I don't think they're gonna be that fucking tiny.
All right.
Yeah.
Eustace and Greg continue down these stairs.
So as you walk down, you do notice several decent-sized piles of coin and loot, as well as a club with decent-sized shards of just glass and obsidian jabbed into it. You see a double-headed war axe and a couple daggers lying throughout the ground, as well as an already smashed barrel.
Greg slowly moves slightly further back upstairs.
Okay.
He looks around to see if there are any enemies.
There are not. As far as actually, I must note,
It's a mimic.
the boss you just fought is the only enemy you've encountered throughout this entire dungeon.
Yep. And it still wasn't enough to level Greg, which is very annoying.
So that treasure chest isn't a mimic.
You have no idea.
Is Greg stood above it on the stairs right now?
You are.
Can Greg just hold a sword out directly over and drop it into the pile of loot?
You want to drop it into the chest or into the
Into
pile?
the chest.
Okay.
Because I don't trust treasure chests out in the open. It's
So you drop it into
Greg,
the chest and nothing happens.
Greg leans down and picks his sword back up.
As you lean down
Okay.
to grab it, the lid of the chest slams down as you suffer 5 points
It's a
of bludgeoning damage.
Greg uses grappling strike immediately. Superiority die. He's ripping this bitch open.
I
Make
knew
me a
it.
strength test with a D8 added to it, on top of your strength modifier.
I knew it.
That is a 15 plus 7 from the strength modifier.
Now add a D8 to it and subtract one of your superiority dice.
That was a 9.
So add all that together.
The 9's when the dot is on the bottom, right? When it's on the,
When it's towards the tail.
okay. Hold on.
Greg has had enough of this.
15 plus 7 plus...
Greg, this is Greg when he gets his hand slammed in, just
31. Greg deals 31 damage to this bitch with his hands.
So as it slams down on your hand, you just reach down and just grab the lid and just surprisingly struggle to open this thing wide until you completely snap the hinges off of the top, and you just see a box of just coin just hastily hop as it tries to get away like fuck.
Greg
Okay,
jumps that.
I'll
How
go
much
down
damage did I take from the die?
Just 8.
I took
Greg,
8 damage, damn it, I'm on 19 health. Greg unsheaves Greg takes his mending greatsword and
Oh man, I
How
want
mu-
to take this.
how much would I'm trying to level Greg, Eustace, I'm sorry.
He's farming right now. He wants to farm.
He hold on, how much do I want to drink of the potion? What is 19 plus 25? That's 44. That's more than Greg's whole health. What is half of 25? That's
12 and a half.
12 and a half.
But at that point, you'd be just re-rounding up to 213.
No, I'd be going back to 31 health, which is more than what I was at.
And just drink half
Oh,
of it.
that'd be 13. Greg drinks half of it, going back to 32 health.
Alright, so you do so? As this thing is hopping further away as you drink.
No, he jumps down, drinking while holding the sword in a stance so he can hit the bitch. One action.
Roll damage with your sword.
So that's a D10, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, Golurk's up there just looking like, where the fuck everyone went?
Greg
He's just
rolls a
like,
10.
damn, I'm all covered in blood. Turns around. Do you guys see this shit? Where the fuck did everyone go?
Greg rolls a 10.
So as you drink the potion and just, you look down just enough to just straight slice this mimic in half as it just collapses into just a sheer pile of just mess. As what all gold was in it just turns into a blood puddle. As you hear in the background another necrotic screech.
Was this somehow another step?
Not somehow, it was.
Greg stumbling upon everything by accident.
Can I call it or what? I called it. It was a minute.
Yeah, I know. That's why I dropped the sword.
And that's kind of why when you said, is this a mimic? I'm like, look, you found another step. No, I'm joking. I was only half joking.
Greg picks up his other sword and resheaves the other. He sheaves both the mending swords, now having 4 on his waist. He goes over
fucking
to the
Zoro
other.
over here.
He goes over to the other gold pile.
It's just a gold pile. I'm gonna be straight up. There's no mimic there. It's just a gold pile.
He puts his bag by it. Eustace, come get loot. Mimic dead. A slight insane laugh follows as Greg slowly moves from lawful good to chaotic good.
Oh man, I basically examined some of this treasure just to see how valuable it is.
I'm gonna just be straight up. You can't tell because it looks like gold, but the gold that you're familiar with is usually in the shape of like a triangle per se, whereas these are circular and have a skull on them on one side, and on the other side, demon wings.
Greg slowly just fills his bag with gold and gems from the pile. Do not tell others. Or maybe do,
Okay.
but let us take most first.
Let me make sure this gold isn't cursed or anything. It is. We're in the underworld after all.
It's not. I'm gonna be straight up with you. It's not. It's just literally just fucking loot.
Pyro, I have a question. Did killing that mimic give me any experience?
Oh, it did. It definitely did.
How much?
50.
50. How much do I need to level?
At this point, you need 1,950.
God damn it.
I am going. Okay, I load up my pack with some gold and jewels and whatever, and I go back up there, up the stairs, and to that other area of spikes.
So in your pack, you gain 22 demon gold, and you gain, Greg, 18 demon gold.
So it's not a very big pile, but
Yeah.
Greg also goes back
From what you
upstairs.
can gather, this was probably like a dump spot for any material or loot that was on the bodies that this creature had fed upon. So basically, the creature had probably stripped every thing that he was feeding on of its valuables and actual anything, organized it, protected it with a mimic, and then feasted upon its actual living body.
I thought we were gonna see Greg actually do his self-sacrifice maneuver, which would have been just as interesting as summoning all of. I will have to do that every boss now, just because. Fuck bosses. We're just coming in heavy hitting.
That was awesome though. That was awesome what we just did to that thing.
Greg goes back upstairs. Friends, there is some gold downstairs.
Me creates very hard boss fight. Players, fuck you.
Yes. Oh, and,
I'll tell you this later, but I have a story of the reason why I said no to the turning the pouch inside out.
So friends, I just have a question. Healing or possible extra damage against undead, unholy creatures? And anytime I use Greg from here on out as a character in any other story, or any of Greg's descendants, they're just gonna have multi-class into Paladin if I can. By default, if you can multi-class from the start.
Knowing us, we'll probably be needing a healer.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can multi-class wizard and cleric.
You can multi-class anything into anything as long as you got the stat blocks for it. It's just there are some that are preferred.
Okay,
so Hustis could become our healing, and I could just become even more damage. Or Hustis and I could both become healing, and then we just fucking become.
Well, here's the thing, though. Paladins technically can heal too if they go down the right subclass, because they do have, as a class feat, lay on hands, where you have a massive pool that you can heal from. So, say you got a pool of 50.
What subclass is that?
I don't know off the top of my head, but paladins literally are basically a mixture of cleric and fighter. And as you level up, you literally have to pick a path of fighter or cleric, essentially.
Well, I'll probably go down more the cleric, because that will be useful right now, because I'm already fighter.
Okay, so it can either be two heavies with one medic, or we can have one heavy with two medics. It's up to you guys.
Well, right now it's cripple, one glass cannon, and a absolute fucking ballistic cannon.
Not a ballistic cannon. Damn near a thermonuclear bomb. I'm the goddamn Davy Crockett, bitch.
And then we have stereotypical wizard with tainted Cthulhu bullshit.
You don't
Okay,
know what I'm
so
planning if I get to go cleric. Remember one of those subclasses you gave me? Cleric, Madness, Divine Domain.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. There's a reason I started buying actual classes specifically for this campaign due to certain things that I have planned down the line.
So I have a question. Can you send me those subclasses? Just all of the subclasses later, because I'll look into the actual classes myself.
Just look in the group chat. Just scroll up in the group chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Cleric, Madness, Divine Domain, because believe me, Eustace is gonna be he's getting really intrigued by everything that's going on. So
If we come out of this alive, we're gonna have Greg have transitioned from lawful good to chaotic good. Eustace is going to be fully insane.
and then you just have me.
And let's be clear here. This is only the prologue. What's coming in the main campaign is complete insanity.
I mean, I'm gonna have
to be crazy.
Okay, so
So about turning the bag of holding inside out.
So I want to say something. For the campaign, I'm having a tiefling rogue who's going to multi-class into bard, so I can steal everyone's shit. I can fast talk them and use fast hands on them. They'll be nude, and I'll just sell them back their clothes.
Slaps their ass in seduction, pickpockets in the same swipe.
Yes.
You mention what happens when you turn a bag of holding inside out?
I know exactly what fucking happens.
So I was thinking. So, Greg, you want to store your swords into a bag of holding, huh?
Yes.
Gee, that could be very useful, especially if we get into an altercation where a lot of swords would be required. If you turn a bag of holding inside out, everything that was in there comes flying out at Mach speed. Wouldn't it be awesome if you...
All right, since we're diving into this, I've literally had a campaign back in high school, and it's time for the final boss. The entire time, I've had a fighter mercenary that fought diligently in a fucking dungeon. So as a reward, I gave him a bag of holding. He already was a mercenary, so he began using that as his coin pouch. At the final end of the boss, due to my homebrew rules, he got a nat 20 for initiative, so he gets a bonus round to himself to prepare for anything. Turns his fucking coin pouch inside out. I had to roll 4,327 D10. Because that's what a coin would come out as if you return a bag of holding inside out. Dude literally just makeshift minigunned the boss in a single round. Like, ooh, look, bad guy, fuck you. Alright, I guess the story's over now.
So it looks like the paladin would need to subclass at level 1 and choose Divine Sense or Lay Hands. We're going for Lay Hands because I want healing, so let's see what subclasses are needed.
Alright, so anyway, let's get back to the campaign. We can worry about that real quick. So you have the massive sword on your back. One of these things have been ripped out of the wall, and you heard a little girl scream when it was removed. You had all just picked up a good handful of demon gold. What do you wish to do from here?
Well, I'm going back up out there, for one. I'm going to walk over to those spikes. The spikes for the skull we haven't ripped out yet.
Alright.
Greg tells the other two about the gold, knowing they've left them not very much. There's gold down. No, he shouts this from across the room. He's back over friends, go look. Friends, go luck. Fuck right. There is gold downstairs. Do we get more proficiencies if we multi-class, or just?
Yes, technically, but you cannot. But you cannot double proficiency.
I figured so. So we'll just turn Greg even better.
It gives a whole new meaning to a master of all traits.
Yeah, Greg will become our jack of all trades.
Yeah, I'm gonna work with the Madness Divine Domain if possible.
Okay. So,
But-
Golak, what do you wish to
but-
do? You just got told that there's a massive pile of gold downstairs.
All right, I'm gonna try to rip that friggin' skull out of the friggin' wall.
You don't even have to roll. This thing is like tearing a sheet of paper in half as you just grab onto it and rip it out as a blood splatter just gets all over the front of your clothes as that girl scream that you heard. It's in a different tone, as if she just took another lash from like a whip or something like that, as its tone is a little bit more higher pitched and a more like screechy.
Okay, so I'm wondering what that is. Is there a way to investigate that?
Greg uses insight.
You can certainly try.
Greg uses insight, so I roll a 20, right?
Yeah, d20 plus your insight.
Okay, hold on. Let me see, because insight's one of the things I skilled into, not realizing what it was.
I'm gonna call upon Don for a second, utilizing my abilities. So I'm gonna call on Dagon and ask him if he knows anything about this.
He's essentially just gonna straight up tell you, you're doing good.
Greg uses insight to see what the fuck that scream is, and that's a 19 plus 4.
So, you can't really point your finger on like what it actually is as far as source, but whatever you're doing, it's working and it's hurting it.
Bruh, you tell me Greg, from a family of hero, isn't sure what the fuck's going on.
All right. After Dagon just told me that, I basically talked to everyone, and I'm like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a little backtracking, but we're gonna just start ripping skulls out of the frickin' wall.
Wraith is gonna
Whoa.
like hobble over to you and hold his bag open as you see he's already got the first skull in it. We might want to collect these just in case. You never know if they might come in handy or if we gotta put them back later on.
Yeah, let's collect these. I basically tell everyone, okay, start ripping skulls out of the wall as we're backtracking.
Friends. Oh, sorry.
If you see some spikes, start ripping, because the more of us there are that are ripping stuff out of the walls, the more it's gonna hurt this thing.
Rip and tear! Rip and tear!
Friends, should we split up for a moment to find skulls more efficiently?
Shiva,
No.
here, baby.
Split up. You never split up. That is not a good idea.
Alright, do we retie rope?
Yes, we retie rope. If we were to get separated and encounter a monster far beyond our abilities,
Come here.
then we would pick up one by one.
Come on. Come here, child.
I'm not sure far beyond our abilities applies to Greg anymore.
Come on. Get up here.
Okay, even with his strength, even with his brute strength, we beat that thing with teamwork.
Yeah, but you gotta admit, Greg dealt most of the damage. You guys
Yeah.
you guys mainly helped by making sure it didn't strike him down in one blow.
And I got your sword back.
True, but
Bless you.
The family strength would have done that as well. Alright. But alright then. Retied rope, I'll take lead once more.
I have child in my lap.
You will watch out for any skulls I miss. No. I will keep weapons in hand and torch in hand. Or actually, no. Rafe, you take torch in the back. I can see in dark. Go Lark and Eustace. You two are... actually, no. Rafe, you go between Eustace and Golark. Eustace and Golark. You two are to rip skulls.
All right, and just to help us see in the dark, I'm using my anglerfish as a lantern. He's an anglerfish. He can do that.
Yeah.
Does he have the... Do paladins get cantrips? Because they technically have magic.
They do.
Can I get the cantrip of light so we can
I was
just
about to
cast that
say,
on my
yep.
helmet?
Just be like a fucking miner's helmet, just think.
We just cast it on Greg's chest piece. Da, 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 da. He's got on it like all times. He's just fucking grabs an imp, uses light on it, just goes bam, so he can see while swinging with an imp.
No, he grabs the imp from the ankle, casts light on his head, and just gives a whole new meaning to the term flashbang as he starts swinging the imp around. Alright, so you make your way down. Immediately, as you guys know, you're about to pass one. The more you rip out, you notice as you begin to pass this one, it's, instead of slowly turning to you, they gradually grow faster and faster, turning to you.
Does the hallway have enough room for two of us to get side by side for fighting?
Just barely. Like, you could probably do it like biker pack, where you would go like this.
Yeah, start ripping skulls, people.
Eustace, get that skull.
Alright.
Greg.
And
Oh, sorry. Greg is continuing to JoJo walk. He's not stopped.
I'm ripping out the first one I see.
Alright, you guys continue on. You get across to this point. Rip that one out. So that makes 3, now 4. And each time you rip it out, you just hear another female child scream, as each one that you pull out screams in a different manner. Some are very short and high pitched, some are a little longer, and some are more whiny, some are more agonistic.
Do 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 do. It's a group. Let everyone take a skull. Greg, Eustace, and Golak grab a skull with. Alright. Do we want to backtrack real quick and go check for more skulls, or go forward and find skulls we know exist?
We know that there was a few when we first got in here.
Yes,
Okay,
but
comrades,
we might as well go the ways that we know that there are and then explore later. Just to cover our grounds.
The group heads forwards.
And,
Rip.
I was just saying I'm back. What did I miss? Because I heard screaming.
We're ripping and tearing.
We're ripping mother friggers out.
Fucking.
It's like I hesitate to say we're just tearing ass.
We decided to explore a little.
Yeah.
And are you guys literally speedrunning this? Because you guys could be missing a bit.
We're not like
we're running the skulls, but we got to go back.
So as you come to this point of this little area, this fork to the right, you've got another set of vines on the wall.
Well, it's time for me.
You know what to do. Do it as we pass.
Okay.
It was only mean to a drive-by. Constitution save.
Wait. Were there any vines back
Nope.
by the skull my hand's by?
No.
14
Otherwise, I would have marked it originally when you had guys first found them.
Okay, so I got a 14 plus 5, so that's 19. I need to put this to times 4, because that would be the fourth vine, because the third vine that I put was the one that was in that boss room.
So yep, you cut it down, you avoid the necrotic gas, and you come to a point where you see there are more vines on both sides of these walls, as if they are the wall.
I'll see about that. I'll cut it.
Cut both of them?
Yeah, I'll cut both of them. Fuck it.
Alright. I'll just use your last roll just to speed things along. You come to a point where you come to another fork. Which way do you guys want to go?
Let us go to the skull first.
17. Yeah.
Alright. Can
And
we
then-
see any more vines with Greg and Eustace stood in this part of the fork?
You see two more, one here and one here.
We head to the vines.
Alright.
With a single strike starting from the left side to the right side, Greg's going to rip and tear.
Alright.
Constitution saving throw?
Yep.
That is an... Hold on, let me check what my constitution
I
is.
didn't know if you want me to do my Constitution statement throw with the 2 that I swung at, because you said you were going to use the one from previous, but I just rolled 17 just to let you know.
What do you get?
Greg with his con bonus. So I got a 9 to begin with.
So you rolled a raw 9 plus your Constitution mod.
Which is 3.
12.
Yep.
So you take a swing and you cut both of the vines down, and you frantically take a step back as this cloud is twice as big as what you've been used to from the single times, and just barely get a whiff of it. So it tingles your nose hairs, but you don't take any necrotic damage.
Isn't Greg's nose covered by a mask?
You've still got openings where you could leak in.
We
It
just...
ain't no like hazmat mask.
Alright, where do you guys wish to go from here?
Hold on, I need to add plus 2 vines to my thing.
Right now I have 6 in mine.
I think Greg
should
has
have
3,
5.
but... Greg has 3, but that's because the group cut 1 vine in the very beginning, him and, Golark.
Because right
Yeah.
now you've all cut a total of 7 vines.
Can Golark see any vines from where...
Not from there, no.
Alright, so there's no vines back there?
Nope.
Were the vines making up the walls here or no?
Yes. So basically now this way is just one big circle.
Greg looks to the left and sees another skull.
Does he?
Yeah, there's spikes down there.
Where?
Where the group is being held!
That's not a spike, my guy. That's just part of the floor.
Never mind. Is there vines down that way?
There's not.
They turn back around. And they head this way.
So as you go down this route, you do see at the far another camera skull. But you notice a piece of the flooring different from the rest, as it looks like a circular stone, almost like walking up to, say, like a makeshift stage or something that would be of an altar. As against the wall, almost like a water fountain in school, but very circular and made out of very easily marble, you see a massive altar. And on the wall is not the same skull, but more of a elvish skull that is bleeding blood from its eyes and just pouring out its mouth. This is a blood ritual altar.
Is there any like plaque that tells us what it is, like any language whatsoever?
You do not.
Greg uses insight.
Okay.
That is 18 plus 4.
So this is definitely some sort of blood ritual altar for where, similar to how you in the overworld would pay your respects to using holy water or something to a god, this is their version of it, and it is full and like a fountain, like a water fountain of just blood.
Damn it, I wish I had a coin so I can just say fuck it, flip it in there, see what it does, but I don't.
I got an idea.
Toss a coin to your witcher.
Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Utilizing my knowledge of the arcane, I'm gonna see if this works. I hope that this does not cause any like traps or anything. But but I think if I can play along with this thing, I think I'll be able to trigger something. All right. So what I'm going to do is, I am going to essentially take my cutlass, prick my thumb, and then draw Dagon's symbol on the altar, and then place my anglerfish and the flask on there as to see like a little arcane ritual and see if that works in tandem with what this altar's for.
There's a reason I had made this in specific, literally tied to you. As you do this, you watch as the flow stops and literally drains bone dry into a very beautiful, small, aquamarine blue coin. And within that coin, it shatters, and you hear another scream. Draining the blood altar was another step.
I knew we needed to get over here.
Oh man, can I call it?
Should
Okay,
we
let's
put the
play.
skulls on the blood altar?
You can certainly try.
But first, is that one right in front of us another skull
That
with the
is.
spikes?
Greg reaches to the left and rips the skull out of the wall.
Doesn't
with
even
his
look.
bare-
It's like he's just watching this go down. It's like, rip.
Yeah, in one swift move, he sets the skull on the altar.
You're currently up to 16. And actually,
16.
make that 17 as behind you, Eustace. Another one.
But we haven't ripped that one out yet.
I'm just marking it.
Alright. I wish we could remove one of Rife's arms.
I mean, technically, you already did.
No, I meant from the model. I have a question. Can any wizard classes Golemance?
Like, turn themselves into a golem?
No. Use Golemancy.
I gotta
You
see-
can create one, right?
Look, golem. I need to see what this
That is the act of creating and controlling a golem. It is technically considered a subclass of geomancy in some regards.
I don't know if I can do that.
Oh, no. This is because Greg can become both a wizard and a paladin. So if we can keep Rafe long enough, and we really want to just keep Greg at level 5, but just make Greg broken as fuck, he could become a paladin and a wizard and a fighter, using using Golomancy to give Rafe back a full arm.
Oh, I see.
You're not gonna believe this. That's an actual homebrew class.
But does it just create like the golems that can be summoned into existence in normal D&D, or does it allow you to create your own golems?
I'm just gonna straight send you the link.
All right.
Yeah, because I know the character that I'm going to be using, not for this campaign, but for the main campaign, there is a thing where I can summon stuff, like you said, like a golem or something, and it will attack for me.
Yeah. Anyway, so what happens with the skull Greg placed on the altar?
Nothing happens out of the ordinary.
Greg picks the skull back up.
So Wrath is just going to rip out the one that's right behind him and Eustace, giving us a grand total of 17 collected.
All right, now where?
Okay, where do we go now?
So as of right now, you guys have only explored basically the bottom half of the map.
Hold on. Alright, friends, now we backtrack, look for more vines, and look for more skulls.
So at this point, you walk down the hallway going up to the right, going under the overpass, and you come to the point where you're at the splits where you recognize there being 4 spikes.
I thought there were 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I didn't realize that was 4. Let us go back, and now, do we see any vines?
Not so far.
We turn this way. We look to see what we can see, and what can we see, DM?
So as of right now, you don't see anything from either right or left. It is a
Left or
blind
right?
fork.
Left or right, friends? Are those more
Let's-
chains? Sorry.
I say go left.
Eustace, what did you say?
Left.
Da-da-da-da-da. Jojo walking.
Alright, you see 2 more of those little spikes.
Without missing a beat, Greg rips both of them at once. Both of them.
Alright.
Left or right once more.
Right.
Oh, right. Go right.
Do-do-do-do-do.
So you come to an
What is-
adjointment of a massive room where you can see right off the bat from your opening entrance to your left, right in front of you, and to the right are more of the spikes. To the far
many
left,
in-
you see what appears to be almost like a manhole. And with that, you have, very oddly, in the back left of the room, a pulsating yellow, amber, orange mixture crystal.
Untying the rope from himself, Greg walks over to the crystal. Greg Jojo walks specifically.
Jesus Christ.
Don't break it. Don't you break it.
Greg grabs the crystal in both hands and pulls it out of the ground.
The thing's light as a feather. As you look into it, and this thing is pulsating softly. But as you look into it, for when it stops pulsating a light and it dims, you can see that it almost turns a blue, and when it pulsates, it gives it its yellow, orange, amber color. It is corrupted.
Greg, Greg, bring that over to me. I have a way to fix this.
Hold on, I want to try something. Greg sets the crystal down for a second, takes one of the mending greatswords, puts it under the manhole, and just pries a little.
Oh, it's wide open. There's no need. It's like a deep, dark abyss drop.
Oh, then never mind about the sword. Greg sets the crystal down, takes another one of his torches out, lights it, and drops it down.
About give or take 2 feet, it immediately extinguishes.
Greg takes one of the demon gold coins and flicks it in off his thumb, just to see what happens. I'm going to... Okay, so we heard water.
Do you not hear the water drop that I just made?
Barely.
No.
I heard it.
Okay, so since he does that, I guess I'll go around and grab every skull that's there, if there is any.
Looks like
I think
there's 4.
It's on the wall that we have to drop. We have to drop that freaking amber in that hole.
Greg takes the crystal. Greg drops it in the hole.
As you
That
drop
could be
it within the
useful.
hole, you watch it as it goes down into the water and like slowly sinks as it pulses lighter and lighter and lighter. As this thing is literally inhaling whatever liquid is in this, and it is literally draining it. Before literally shooting out of the well like steam in a volcanic tube, and just like metal being dropped, just clinks on the ground, and it is going from a pulsating to a glistening.
We fucking activated another boss.
You don't. All it did was just shoot it out, and it's now pulsating.
This feels like a boss. So this thing's gonna turn into a boss at some point. Greg picks up the crystal, hands it to Eustace. This is your problem.
I utilize my arcane knowledge to try to determine what the hell we're dealing with.
Roll me an Arcana.
Us. So didn't Golak steal all the skulls in here?
Did he?
Yeah, I think he said that.
Yeah, so while Greg does all that, I guess I'll just go around and get all the skulls out of the
17.
All right.
17, and my arcana is... And it's a +1.
All right, so an 18. So as you look this over and you take a close look, as you like almost hold it maybe inches away from your eye to like really decipher what this is. That, my friend, is a now purified Dreamwalker soul gem.
We just found something really good, didn't we?
Purified Dreamwalker. Is that a thing I can look up? Is that
Not actually look up because that's technically metagaming, but that is an actual thing.
all right? So yeah, I don't want to metagame.
The hell is metagaming?
So basically, like, say you have information on, like, you know that there is such and such coming up in the campaign. So you, out of character, literally, like, Google the stat blocks of this said creature. So that you know how to exactly and precisely beat this thing. It's basically like you looking into a strategy guide.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't do that. I'm gonna be fair. I just didn't know if that was a real thing or not. Although, to be fair, with the whole, like, if I'm taking the whole Madness Divine Domain thing, that could be really useful to me. Let's see. I'm going to put this in my pack because I have a feeling that I will need it.
Okay.
Can Greg see down the hall while he's facing back to Eustace to see if there's any more vines?
You can.
Are there any vines?
Just one moment. So as you go back down towards the way you came,
No, I mean down this hall.
right
over
go back
here.
to the way you came, you can go the opposite way of the split. You see yourself going back to the fork of which you took the right path when you first entered in the dungeon.
Okay, so Greg can see that is... What? Hold on, how can Greg see that that's the fork of the right path?
So, like, when you had originally had entered in the dungeon, you had made a right turn instead of going straight.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that fork.
Okay. Were there any vines down this path?
There was not.
Okay. Greg heads back to the group, and we're going to arrange ourselves back in normal traveling position, as I think Greg's currently the highest health and most capable, so he's taking the lead.
How much is your health?
32.
Yeah, actually,
Okay, I have 21.
actually, there's a subclass here that I just now noticed that I forgot about that is a wizard.
So,
Right.
do we now go the path we did not take, or do we go back some?
Let's see.
We can always go back down the way we did not come, but we may not be able to go back down it once we've gone down it.
I suggest we do what backtracking we can.
Alright, so let us go to the right.
Just in case there's anything we don't want to miss, you know?
We go back this way. Greg walks past the skull, flipping it off, knowing Eustace is about to rip it out. Do we see any vines as we walk?
Alright, so as you guys go down that way, in this little corner here, this little pocket, you do see a pair of vines.
Greg cuts the vines.
On save.
That's a 13. And I think my con... What the fuck did we say my con was? It's a +3? It's a plus... Hold on. Damn it. Buns, go away. It is +3, yeah.
Alright. So as you grab a hold of your blade and you cut straight through it, quickly turn your head, and you just barely make it out of the gas.
We continue on down, searching for more vines and more skulls. We ripped that skull out, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I'm just making sure we're...
No, I was telling DM so he could mark it.
Alright, so... It's all you. Let's keep going.
So we've now gotten 2 more. Left or right? Once more.
I'd wager left.
Yeah, I agree, left.
God. Stay all selected. Do.
So
Do
as
we
you-
see any vines currently?
You do see a set of vines to your right.
Can Greg reach over with the full extent of his arm and the greatsword in one hand? Because it's like an 8. I think greatswords are like 8 feet. Give me a second. And cut the vines.
By all means.
Hold on. I'm trying
At
to
that
figure
point-
out how long.
At that point, it'd be a con save with advantage.
Hold on. Figuring out how big a greatsword is. It's in fucking inches. That's stupid. It should be in feet. We're going with it's about. I feel like a greatsword's bigger than a longsword, and I think longswords are like 5 feet.
How much does it say in inches?
49 inches long and about 16-inch handle. The total is
Okay, so-
66 inches.
Okay, so 12 times 5 is 60. 12, because it's 12 inches in a foot. That'll be close to 3 feet.
A greatsword is only 3 feet?
Because 12 feet or 12 inches equals 1 foot. So it's 12, 24, 36,
It's like
48.
okay, so 66 inches is 5 feet. Hold on.
66 inches is 5 feet, 5 feet 6 inches.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Great. That feels small. Okay, it can be up to 84 inches.
Okay, so fucking hell. 12 times 4. Let's do that. 12.
Dude, I'm on Google.
That's what I'm doing. 12 times.
It is 7 feet. That sounds right for an 8-foot orc's blade.
84. Yeah.
Okay. His arms are probably like 3 feet long. Or no way, I'm not sure how.
While we're figuring out our math, our DM is probably like, I'm gonna do something just to be an ass.
No, I'm just double checking some notes I have of myself.
I rolled an 18 for con, by the way.
Yep, yeah, you save yourself from that necrotic blast it shoots off at you.
We continue past the vines. Greg looks to his left and to his right. Does he see anything?
So to his left, if you were to venture forth and go this way, underneath this underpass, you would see another set of the skulls.
Of the skulls?
Yep, with the spikes. It would be under here.
Greg goes to that and rips the skull out.
So as you
Or was
rip this particular skull out, that female child voice that you've been hearing as if she's getting lashed by a whip or just like small short pains, as she screams as equally as loud as you completing an Easter egg step, followed by sobbing, agonistic sobbing.
Did we get
I
all
do
the
not like that
skulls?
sound.
Wait. Aren't there 2 skulls over here we'd need to get before getting all the skulls?
I didn't say you didn't get all the skulls. I'm just saying
Just-
the difference.
This one was just special. Got it.
No.
I do not like that sound.
I'm not saying it's special. I'm just saying this one was different,
getting
and
close.
she's getting louder.
So, how many steps have we?
You have completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have indirectly found and have yet to solve 1, and you are bordering 2.
bordering indirectly finding 2.
So you have completed the Mimic. You've completed purifying the Dreamwalker in a Soul Crystal. You have completed draining the Blood Ritual Altar. You've completed defeating the Minecarts. You have completed defeating the Guardian. You are about to complete removing all the skulls, and you're about to complete the Necrotic Vines. There's still one you have figured out half the step to complete, but you have yet to figure out what the hell the actual step is.
Okay, so how many skulls do we have left?
Literally those last 2.
Not skulls, but how many steps do we have left that we haven't done anything with?
None.
Okay.
These are the final 3 steps. You have started one, but you don't know how you started it. I just know as the DM, you've started one, and I'm telling you started one as like a push. You have nearly completed the Necrotic Vines, and you have nearly completed the Skulls.
Okay, well...
Are there any vines over here?
There are not.
While Greg ventures off in that path, I'm just gonna untie myself since it looks like I'm the back end, and I'll just go to the path that's right behind me.
Okay.
Greg rejoins the group and they follow.
Alright, as you see him leading forth. That's where you find one of the vines right there.
Okay. That I'll leave for everyone else. I'm really this pissed off to finding a skull because I want vengeance from what fucking Rice did.
Greg, once again, using the full extent of his arm and sword, reaches and cuts the vine. Because he knows the other 2 are behind him, so he doesn't want them to get anywhere near it.
So, as you cut the vine, this one doesn't leak a gas, but it drips as if this was the final one. As you cut it and you hear the necrotic voice not scream, but begin to laugh manically.
Okay, so I think Greg has 5 vines on him.
I have 6. And by the way, Greg, what the fuck did you do?
I cut a vine.
I laughed at you.
That cannot be a good sign.
Don't worry about this.
Simply cannot be kidding me.
We will kick your ass.
Find them. Kill them. Destroy them.
Friends, I suggest we get to the room.
Hold on, let me get this last fucking skull.
Greg turns the rest of the group around so that they can start hightailing it back to the room with the 2 skeletons.
Safe room. Go lurk. You better hurry.
We need to save. We need to save. So, Golurk, as you rip this one out, again, it's very high-pitched and followed by sobbing, but more sputtered. As if you're driving fear into this child. As you walk over to this one,
This is for right.
And you rip this one out, I'm gonna need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Greg and the rest of the group are just hightailing it. Greg might as well be carrying. Wait,
Why does it keep falling off my damn fucking chip? I lost my D20.
Alright, I rolled a 12.
19.
Where the fuck did my D20 go?
Wait, what's my wisdom?
I seriously lost my D20.
I actually lied.
That's not good.
I rolled a 13 because my +1 to wisdom.
19 plus 1 to wisdom. So nat 20.
Hold on, I'll be back. I need to find my fucking die because it literally bounced off my desk and it just went poof. I don't know where the fuck it went.
Greg and the group are just hightailing it.
So I got a 19, and there's a 13 for the wisdom plus 1. So
I found it.
So since we've done all the steps, should we even bother
13.
going over here where my
You
hands
haven't done all the steps.
Okay, for my wisdom throw, I got 13 and it's plus 1, so I have 14.
So, Golark, as you have this last skull in your possession, you don't hear a scream or anything. In fact, all of you don't hear it, but you specifically, Golark, you hear like this little female girl in your head. You need to go. They're coming for you. Get out of here while you still can.
What does it come from, little girl?
The Dreamwalkers.
Yeah, she doesn't talk back.
She responded and she said the Dreamwalkers.
What are Dreamwalkers?
Greg and the group continue hightailing.
Just start singing she shanties as you're fucking running.
Yeah. Okay.
The Garlic.
We've
Okay,
kind of just abandoned Golark and I guess are now going back to back in this room.
okay.
Hey guys, what are the turtle? Why are they fronting all this time?
We heard the monster voice and said, "Fuck you, idiot! If you're not running, we're not staying."
Here's
Greg
the
may
best.
be in.
So, on this note, I'm gonna start a world timer, Golark. What do you wish to do?
A world? What the fuck's a world? Okay.
So as of right now, you have. So it's basically like a moment in a game where you see a timer ticking down. You don't know what it's gonna happen when it hits 0, but something's gonna happen.
Do we need to hightail it? Do we need to keep going out? Ah, God damn it! I have a feeling one of the last steps gets triggered by going over here, but I feel like we only have time to go deeper in.
All right, I'll just straight
Okay.
up tell you what you indirectly indicated. Strapped to your fucking back.
The sword! Greg, it has evolved you! And plus, I'm hightailing back to the camp, by the way.
Oh shit. Friends. Wait for Golark here.
I'm coming!
I have something I believe I must do. Greg
Where are
gets
you
a
going?
feeling from the helmet. Do not worry. Golark, barricade the entrance using the barrels and the corpses. I will
Go.
return if I can. Greg is fucking sprinting down the corridors. He left his pack and his father's Tarask hide cape behind so as not to weigh him down,
Okay.
as well as the swords that aren't the mending ones for
I'm
his
surprised that
friends.
you can still do this. You can still do this, Greg. But I'm finding it funny that the fastest person in this campaign is at camp just barricading everyone.
Yeah, but you're also the actual strongest because you have a 18 natural strength and I have a 17. You are a dragonborn who is ever so slightly stronger than Greg.
Okay, what are you doing?
Greg approaches the stairs and unsheathes the giant greatsword.
As you approach those stairs, in front of you stands an massive stone door with conveniently the number of holes for the number of skulls you've collected.
Fuck! Greg doesn't have all the skulls on him.
But you're getting warmer.
Greg puts all of the skulls he has on him into it.
Okay?
I think that's 4 skulls on him.
Okay?
Greg sprints back again.
But again, you haven't completed the full Easter egg yet. It's to do with the sword.
Okay, Greg walks up and examines the door.
It's got nothing to do with the door.
Can Greg
The
push
hand-
open the door?
The hand.
Oh shit.
Run back to the hand, Greg!
This
Greg,
man triggered the boss fight of the Easter egg and zombies and realized he doesn't have Jug. So he's just sprinting through the whole map to get Jug before the boss fight.
Greg runs through the door, jumps the barricade, runs through, and puts the sword in the giant's hand.
So you set it down in its hand as you watch as the giant's hand slowly curls around the sword and pulls it underground.
Greg is sad to see his new toy go. Okay, so what happens now?
I would say haul.
That does it. Kill them. Do what you must. Destroy, rip, and tear them all. They've destroyed our home. Our people's lives depend on it. Kill
Greg.
the mortals.
Greg hauls ass.
I don't know what you did, Greg, but it seems to work.
I gave the giant hand my sword, my new giant sword. I do not know that I will get it back. I hope that I get it back or something good from this. Greg,
Probably you won't, but anything else you found during that heave running?
we need to put all the skulls into that door. Into door down at the end. But first...
Let me take a
Although I don't know
selfie.
how-
No. But first... Golark... Let me give you something.
Okay.
Greg goes over to his bag. He opens it and pulls out a bottle of orc whiskey. He hands it to Golark. I want you to hold on to this in case I do not make it back. If I do not, it is yours.
Okay.
As well as anything that remains in my bag.
Okay, in
I-
Now,
exchange...
give me all the skulls, friend.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, in exchange, I give him all the skulls I have.
Ryth gives it.
Ryth gives him all the ones that he has.
I'm giving
Greg-
him all the ones I have.
Greg jumps the barricade again and starts hauling ass once more. This
How much on
time,
that timer?
It's still ticking.
how much time though?
You don't know.
Going,
Greg puts all the skulls in the door.
The door then crumbles as it slowly just like the first level of skulls just until as it's like collapsing slowly row by row of skulls as it now opens up the next area. And
So,
in front of you, you begin to see lots of what looks to be similar to on your journeys as bone lizard folk creations. As you venture forth, you go into a very large, similar to the well in the Dreamwalker Soul Gem area that is completely surrounded in these spike skulls as they all, easily several dozen, turn to you as you notice in the center of a room there's a little girl in a blue nightgown just sobbing, curled into a ball. She looks up to you and just tears streaming as her eyes just fill with fear. Get out of here!
she's the phylactery, isn't she?
And that's what we're gonna call it for this session.
Motherfucker, answer the question.
Next
And that's where we're
section,
gonna end it here.
Next section, I want to I know this could be dumb, but I'm gonna see if I. She's probably gonna be dead right now and all that. For a fact, she ain't alive. But I'm gonna see if I can try to communicate with it next time.
Greg is going. I have a feeling I'm going to need to ready my secondary character sheet for this campaign.
Just know, you've all solved the Easter egg.
The minecart
shit.
Easter egg?
Somebody stop him.
So we've solved all of them?
You've completed the entire Easter egg.
No, really?
Nice.
So, with that being said,
Oh man.
I think
That-
the
Wait.
first thing Greg's gonna do next turn is or next time is
I've got big news for all of you.
yeah,
You all level up.
our characters.
All your characters level up.
Greg multi-classes into paladin.
I'll have to do my sheet next time because I know I leveled up to level 6.
Yeah, you
Alright,
all level up
yeah.
to level 6.
Can you help me?
shit.
Wait, so Greg goes to level 6 even though he's going into paladin?
Okay, if he's going into paladin, so he would still be level 5 fighter, but then be level 1 paladin.
Yeah, Greg goes into paladin.
Let me check something real quick.
Tomorrow, because I'm off, can you help me make a character sheet for that?
Once I personally get off work as well. So
Okay.
let me just make sure what goes into level 7. Level 7 would be 23,000. So just to make sure.
Okay, I am multi-classing in Cleric, Madness, Divine Domain.
Will Greg's paladin level up faster than his fighter level?
So basically, your character will have an overall level, and you need to gain experience, but you're basically... So the way it works is you gain levels as you go, and you get a level point, and then you diverse those level points amongst your classes. So if you multi-class, you can then... Say you are a level... Like, you level up next session, just an easy example. You level up next session. You now have a level point to make it into level 2 paladin or a level 6 fighter.
Fuck. So Greg will probably end up behind the group a little bit for a bit as I bring paladin up.
I'm going into Cleric mode. I am not wasting this shot because this particular mode has a broken freaking feature that could be very useful to me, and that would be at Channel Divinity Break Reality.
So wait, so this way goes deeper into the dungeon, but this way also goes deeper into the dungeon.
So this way leads into a room similar to this one over here. This one right over here. Same size. But imagine this, but literally all of the walls have those skeletal, quote-unquote, cameras that watch you. And it has this little girl dressed in like a light blue, like baby blue nightgown. And just in the center of the room with all these skulls watching over her. And once you enter the room, they all turn to you almost instantly, like a quick jerk reflex.
So I have
Okay. I have a feeling that these are going to be like you ever seen those motion sensor laser cannons? I feel like they're going to do that, but with lich spells.
I have a feeling she is the phylactery.
I'm thinking that too, but I'm also thinking, is there a way we can maybe coax her to not destroy us? Because I feel like
As of right now, this little girl is trying to save you all, telling you to get out of the dungeon and to save yourselves.
what if we just grab her and take her with us?
That's what Greg's gonna summon the strength of his family, so he has the power to do that and hightail even faster back to you guys.
Yeah, what if we just grab her and like get out of here with our lives? Like, because I feel like she can't be happy being in this place. She's got no one to talk to, no one to play with.
But she is a phylactery.
Yeah, so
This much is obvious because of just how hard it is to get to her.
yeah, but I don't have it in me to just like, we're not destroying this phylactery, okay? We're gonna find a way to purify this. There's got to be a way.
Paladins can purify stuff, right?
They do have a spell called Purify Food and Drink. As far as actual, like, they do have Remove Curse. They've got a list of debuffs and healing, yes, if you go down the right path of subclass. But as far as phylacteries go, that's something I'm personally going to have to research, because I've only seen people try to destroy said phylacteries, never actually tried to separate the soul from the object.
I feel like it can be done. Because
I'll be dead ass. I'm gonna research a bit myself, and I'm gonna homebrew up how she is related to the phylactery. Because yes, that she is very much indeed the phylactery. However, comma, I need to figure out a way to make her a puzzle of her own.
Motherfucker, stop with the puzzles.
Hey, I never said it was gonna be easy, because you know liches make this shit hard as fuck to get your hands on. And if you get near it, let alone attempt to destroy it, they go full sail, as you could clearly hear.
Yeah, that's why we gotta take her and run. Because if we run, then maybe we can get far enough from the Lich that we can figure out a way to stop this. Because I don't think,
Are we gonna go deeper in the dungeon, or are we gonna go back out? Because I want to know what the hell is deeper in the dungeon. But I feel like if we run, we're not gonna get that. If we run out, we're not gonna get that chance. But I feel like if we have the phylactery with us, whoever the phylactery is closest to, it can't strike. Otherwise, it risks breaking its own phylactery.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
We have the phylactery on Greg's back. Greg's going like full god mode. We take a long rest somehow, right? So Greg has all of his moves back. We go full god. We put Greg in full god mode with summoning his ancestors' strength, and then he is the tank. He is the plan. The girl's on Greg. Everyone stays close to Greg, so that way, if the attack has splash damage, they can't use it because it can hit the girl. It can hit the phylactery.
Also, I just had a thought. So she's a living being, right?
Yes, she's a... Actually, make me a perception check there, bud.
Me?
Yeah, Greg.
Stream's ended. I rolled an 18.
Her skin is extremely pale. In a natural way.
Is she an elf?
You notice she is some way of elfin blood.
Nice.
Greg's like, this ain't no little girl, this is a short elf. Elves and dwarves may be cousins, but Greg's not too fond of no elf.
But still, like, I just had a plan. I just came up with a plan for how we can fix this. Think about this. What happens if the phylactery drinks holy water?
It explodes. No, I'm joking.
I feel
No,
like
I mean-
that is what would happen, though.
Well, I don't think that's what. I don't know. I mean, think about it. If she drinks holy water, then the Lich can't touch her, right?
Yeah.
Then that totally makes it to where we can take her with us and not have to worry about anything. Because he can't touch her because she's got holy water. It doesn't hurt her. It hurts the Lich because the Lich can't touch the phylactery no more.
And the Lich can't risk striking whoever's holding the phylactery. So we put it on our highest damage dealer. We keep everyone in a close group formation so no splash damage attacks. We keep everyone in a close group formation behind Greg so no splash damage attacks can be used. In order to do melee, they have to get behind Greg.
So with that being said, Liches, as far as I know, they've got some pretty freaking intense attacks. If we get hit with prismatic spray, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, but are they going to use prismatic spray if they risk hurting their phylactery?
I don't think so, but I mean,
That's
hey.
why we keep Greg with the phylactery in front of everyone, so that way prismatic. They have to shoot near the phylactery. If they fuck up, they could hit the phylactery. We keep them in a bind by keeping the phylactery behind the strongest, so that if Greg dies, he's falling backwards, right? His full weight. Greg is 8 feet tall and probably all of some 400 odd pounds.
I feel wrong hurting a little girl though, you know.
Yeah, but if push comes to shove, Greg's not letting his friends die over the life of someone who is possibly evil. Because I feel like you don't. I feel like there's a point where you don't unwillingly let a Lich do something to you.
Well, yeah, it's like I may be mad as a hatter, but I'm a good guy. Dang it!
If Greg has to, the little girl will die. But if he can help it, the little girl is gonna live.
Yeah, we're not like we got like I feel like we should just take the phylactery and use it to our advantage. Yeah,
That's the plan. We have Greg having the phylactery on his back, possibly in his pack since his pack's the biggest, under his Tarrasque skin or Tarrasque hide cape that was once his father's. So that way it's as safe as possible. But it's not impervious.
yeah.
If you deal too much damage, you're going to risk hurting it. Or actually, no. Maybe the pack goes over the cape this time, but the cape's still able to be quickly pulled over if needed. So that way he can,
Yeah. Plus, we still took a significant beating from that guardian.
We're all still mostly alive.
I mean,
Everyone
He
turns their
didn't
head to Reich.
he didn't hit me. What health am I at right now?
Check your sheet, man. Turns out this whole time you've been at half health.
Actually, I don't think I've been hit that much.
You haven't been hit at
No,
all
I-
today.
No, that
Neither
thing
has
didn't-
Greg.
Greg, you got hit in the armor.
I'm gonna be straight up. I was pretty sure Ryth was gonna die there.
Yeah, and then Greg said, "Fuck that shit."
Yeah, and then I handed Rife a grenade, and we blew that thing to Kingdom Come.
Come.
How tall are orcs?
Well, if I recall, I took a healing potion after the fight with the fiends, so I should be at full health.
You should be. And like I said, but you didn't take any hits this session.
Yeah.
So I think Greg is a modified orc, right? Because he's not exactly like the orcs in the manual.
What do you mean?
Like, because okay, so in the manual, orcs have -2 intellect, but that's for the monsters orc or the enemy orcs.
So the way that I work enemies into races, because I had a campaign where literally one of my players was an incubus warlock, is I take the stat blocks and of the enemy and modify it to be of a player. So say, like the incubus example, they had a charisma of 36. I would let them roll off and then recommend that, since that is their main stat, that they gain a proficiency in that block.
I do know that... I know Greg's not a half-orc, but he's probably more akin to a half-orc in actual D&D terms.
So there's been some fucking humans in your bloodline. Or elves.
Well...
Okay.
Well,
That dojo walk thing you kept doing to the campaign.
Bro, I had to hold my composure before you fully sending me. Because I just imagine like the meme where you got the guy with the headphones on just walking down random places that people green screen him in. He's just doing that to the fucking dungeon, just walking with his headphones on, just ripping skulls and just letting the blood splatter across the walls.
I've got something to show you from WarioWare, and you're gonna laugh at it because it fits what you're talking about. Are you ready for this? Here it is.
Wah!
hold on, let me pull up Discord. But no, you know the meme where people like Photoshop Zendaya's outfit because it kind of looked like a JoJo character's outfit? She's like doing specifically that walk.
It's in general.
I just saw it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, that is the exact scene I'm talking about. Greg is the one closest to us. That's pretty much his walk. Greg's just fucking striding.
Are you approaching me? Hole.
You know,
me.
calling out
Greg! Fuck. Oh my. At some point, I'm going. You know how Raiden just lets out like a whale of punches on Senator Armstrong?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that with Greg at some point when he's gone full god tier after embedding all his swords into some monster. Also, I'm assuming Greg's not getting that 15-foot sword back, is he?
No. In fact, you would have needed to sink in the hand. Even if you had put all the skulls in, you would need to have sunken that hand because there is so much dirt and decay and death underneath. When he gripped and pulled the sword under, he moved so much underground that it allowed the actual door to fall. That's why it was like slowly just like because it was pushing through rather than it just like a block hitting a lock.
I see.
Meanwhile, my dog is lying on her back, belly up, feet up against the wall, as her front legs are just fully stretched out like she's stretching. Meanwhile, she's out fucking cold in this position.
What? I'm trying to figure out who my second... I have a feeling this is where Greg's going to self-sacrifice, but he's gonna go full god mode before he does.
So I'm gonna
He's
put it
going
in
to
general. My fucking dog
he's-
right now.
He's gonna save... He will not let the team die. He will refuse as best he can. I see. Doggo be dog.
Like, this is making me think, like, anyway, like, I'm loving this. It's like Dingo Doodles, if you watch their channel with their D&D adventures. Like, the time that they tried to cast flashing lights for a karaoke display and ended up and because they're a wild mage, their magic went wild and it casted a 70-foot or like a 700-foot dome of dead magic permanently, and
Conte.
released a trap.
So I have a feeling this is where we get the heroic end of Greg. I thought that boss fight was going to become Greg's heroic end, where he's just gonna take his swords and he's just gonna send them flying into the enemy.
I don't know if it's going to end that way. I feel like we should be fighting like is the time clock still ticking?
Still ticking. It's very much still ticking.
Greg's gonna grab that little girl and hightail it back to the group.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do that. He's gonna have to grab her and hightail it to safety.
Need I remind you, you guys had a great idea yesterday, last session, and you didn't even take advantage of it.
What was that again?
The fruit.
Cold.
Oh shit, we didn't.
But anyway, it would have led you to the corrupted Dreamwalker soul gem.
Alright. Anyways. I have a feeling Greg's gonna summon the spirits of his ancestors before we start this fight.
And his ancestors
Greg's
like, this motherfucker.
No,
Again?
his ancestors will be like, yes, Greg, keep going. Because for a brief moment, they get to feel alive again. And they're no longer sitting at a table in Tyr's court, waiting for the day that they are needed again. They are needed again. And they're not just giving advice. They're helping one of their descendants rip and tear. And I have a feeling when we get to Greg's great-grandson, eventually, if my tiefling dies, or if you let me have two characters, which I think would be fun, we're gonna see the full-on ghost of Greg the Destroyer summoned, with his actual true armor and all his own gear.
I just feel like I can't wait. Like I kind of wanted Greg's ultimate showdown, like where he has to sacrifice himself. I kind of wanted it to be epic like this. I sent it in general like this.
So I have thought about this some, and I'm hoping it comes to the final boss is Greg's showdown.
Only one way to find out.
And what I'm hoping is he unsheaves the swords on his back, and with one hand he throws one so it spins, decapitating other enemies or slicing them in half, and embeds it in the boss. Does the same with the other. Does the same with the two on his bag. Both the mending greatswords, before going full god mode, charging down the final boss and just striking him with as many possible fisticuff blows as he can with the strength of 25 orcs, or possibly even 25, depending on how long this takes us, and if I decide his father passes away without him knowing. But he will be summoning everyone who has worn the helmet. He may even find a way to summon not just the ones who have worn the helmet, but to find every soul in his entire family, blood or not, who has been a great hero, or hero nonetheless, and summon all their souls.
Well, plus you took a full swig of my potion. You should still be pretty raged up right now.
Doesn't that end once I stop dealing damage?
I kind of had it to where like it wears off on its own.
Yeah, but wasn't what Pyro said, the rage effect for me wears off when I stop dealing damage?
You basically gain the rage effect, so whenever the rage effect would normally end, which would be if you did not deal damage or take damage within an entire turn. But, so literally just you against the boss, if you go to 15 seconds into that fucking link I sent you there, bud.
Yeah. Fucking to the Snapchat link?
No, the SoundCloud. It's SoundCloud, okay.
Oh, I just saw the Snapchat thing.
Yeah, just go like 15 seconds in.
At least we did well for our first boss fight.
Just Greg and his ancestors.
Yes.
Just fucking Greg and his ancestors just
Do it, Kakarot!
I'm hoping I get to take Greg to the final boss, and if he does die or self-sacrifice so all may live, he gets a legendary send-off. I'm hoping I really hope I can get him out alive, just because I like the idea of his descendants getting to know him. But also, if I don't, he'll have one hell of a story, because his family will be able to summon his spirit. He probably will have a story that will top some of Greg the Noble, or Grug the Noble's, whom Greg is the fourth member of the family named after his father and grandfather being the third
junior
and second.
The junior and the third.
Well, technically we have the senior, the junior,
The third and the fourth.
well, technically Greg's grandfather is the senior because he's actually the second. He named his son after his 22 times great grandfather. His son Greg's dad named his son after his grandfather. Greg named his son after his father, his grandfather, and his 23 times great grandfather. No, wait. No, his grandfather. His grandfather would be the 21 times great descendant of Grug the Noble. His grandfather would be.
I'm about to need to take another shot over the amount of times I've heard the term grandfather. I don't know if you guys noticed, but if
my-
you were to watch the stream back beginning to end, you will see me literally take a drink. There came a point where I literally had to take a drink.
I kind of want to have a moment where I unleash a wizard blast that would make an enemy make a Dragon Ball Z dirt face. Well, I mean, count how many times that this has happened in Dragon Ball Z where people have made dirt faces before they blow up.
You to
Krillin.
the final. You to the final boss after Greg has just turned into a fucking god before he dies.
Well, I mean, look at this. Look at the examples of how many times that Dragon Ball Z villains have made dirt faces before they blew up. I want that moment. I mean, look at this.
What are we looking at?
In general.
In general? Okay.
Yeah, no. We're gonna be at the final boss. Greg's just gonna summon every spirit in his family's strength and wisdom. He's just gonna fucking effectively he's gonna be like, he's just gonna time freeze as he walks up, start fucking punching the shit out of that bad guy like Raiden if he makes it. Fucking just punching in like one punch per every nanosecond.
Well, yeah, just punching them into quivering cubes of jelly.
While everyone else slowly regains their composure, Greg just goes and allows them to have their safety. He's just like, don't worry about me, friends. I know I'll be fine. This is what Tyr would have wanted. He would have wanted this is what the Justice God demands. That this bastard be brought to justice by any means possible. As Greg just proceeds to punch this dude out of existence.
I mean, yeah, and I'm just thinking, like, yeah, I just kind of want my wizard moment where I kind of deliver, like, my own version of, like, a Kamehameha.
That will probably be in the final boss, either before or after self-sacrifice of Greg.
No, I ain't the final boss fight. This is just one of the boss fights of the prologue.
I know we're not at the final boss, but I'm just saying.
This is just one of the many dungeons you encounter before making it to Drakich's castle.
How many dungeons are we supposed to find, roughly?
That's for you guys to decide. This was completely something I made on the fly because you guys came here out of sheer, let's go, we have nowhere to go. What if I told you I made this entire dungeon beginning to end in 3 days?
You told us that already.
Like the map, the Easter egg, the story, the phylactery, the Lich itself, the Lichsen, and just straight this entire thing, existence 3 days.
Yeah. I will say that boss fight, I wasn't like, from now on, I'm like, I think the reason I haven't gotten hit is because I'm so cautious about everything.
Because you put Greg between you and everything, pretty much, usually. Because you're like, this motherfucker can, he can dish some damage and he can take some damage.
Well, yeah, and besides, wizards are usually the guys the enemies home in on. They usually target wizards because we're the guys who usually dish out the pain. But you've been pretty much the tank here. You've been dishing out the highest level of damage.
Let's see. I have the highest kill count currently, right? Still. What was it? Was 16 before we entered. I
No,
killed the mimic.
It is now 16.
I thought it was 16 before we entered.
No, 15.
I mean, I will say this. I have to ask this though. That soul gem, that amber soul gem that I have essentially put in my pack.
So the Dreamwalker Soul Gem.
Is that useful at all?
You don't know that yet.
I have a feeling we've got soul walkers coming at us, right? That's
We've got
something.
You've got
Dreamwalkers.
Dreamwalkers.
I have a feeling that gem's gonna be useful against them, because isn't that like a dream soul gem or something?
That is a Dreamwalker Soul Gem, which has the soul of a Dreamwalker in it. That has now been purified per the Easter egg stuff.
I have a feeling that's somehow going to be useful as the soul walkers approach us. Also, I just have one quick question, because I gotta know. Are these skulls in this room able to attack?
You don't know that yet.
I'm gonna go with yes, so Greg's gonna summon the strength of his family to protect him instead of to give him strength.
You probably should have had a shield.
Greg is the shield.
Unless I can cast barrier or something.
If we live through this fight and we manage to, Greg is probably gonna end up going down into that room of weapons if there's time, and finding a shield as he becomes a paladin.
There's not a shield down there, ironically enough.
Damn it.
Otherwise, I would have told you there was a shield down there then.
Don't paladins have to wield hammers or some shit?
Don't have to. It's just stereotype.
There's a weapon that I'm trying to spell. Like I can't even spell it because I want to see what it looks like.
Describe it.
And back to Korban.
Back to Korban?
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's a back to Korban.
I'm so glad I gave him the name Greg the Destroyer before I even knew what his stats were. Because, by the way, Pyro created everything that was his stats and stuff pretty much for me. I just added the personality.
Is it with a B or a V?
I think it was a B.
Did you know the only episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender to feature blood is the episode where we see what happened to Appa while he is separated from Aang when the Sandbenders steal him and he makes his way back to Aang slowly?
Huh.
Yeah, I literally can't find anything on it.
Well, from what I understand, it's like a pole arm.
Long and weary is this road I've chosen. Greg's probably gonna... Wait, if I get the phylactery right, They won't fire at me and risk of damaging the phylactery. Presumably. So all I need to do is make it to the phylactery. Greg's current goal is grab phylactery and get the hell out. Or get the hell back to the group.
Alright, so you said it's a polearm. Do you know roughly what it looks like?
No idea. I think they can be enchanted or something. I swear that there's a pole arm. What is pole arm weapons?
Because they got a glaive, a glyphka, a halberd, a lance, a pike, a quarterstaff, or a long spear. That's the only list of 5th edition.
I think it has a hammer on it. I think it has a hammer on it.
Polearm. With hammer.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom if you guys end up leaving call before I get.
What?
Okay, I found how it's spelled.
You piqued my interest at this point. I was close. Oh, these. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that would be cool to wheel.
All right.
It's
Well,
like-
before I call it here on the stream, being that we're nearing 4.5 hours, anything you guys want to do, talk about, say?
Oh, let me think here. In the
Guys,
off
just-
chance, that my character dies, not that they would, but if they did, I have a backup just in case. How do you feel about a? Well, this is going to be weird. This is going to sound really weird, but a combat chef.
Sanji?
Huh?
Sanji?
Oh, no, not Sanji. But to be fair, for reference, I do have the closest possible thing that would be, and it coincidentally is from One Piece. So, I was looking through builds, and there are like things like that. There are builds for chefs, I think. It's just that I think monks can do it, but you have to have like proficiencies with that.
Right.
Like I don't know for sure, but it's worth a shot. Here, let me just send this to you. See what you think. This is what I was thinking, but imagine like fighting, like for D&D.
Mm.
Send it in. Oh. Like I don't know what class that could work with, wizard or monk, or like monks are pretty good. Because like if you've seen what a monk is capable of at high levels.
Oh, I've played as a monk before. 20 hits in one turn.
Yeah. Or I could let me think here. There's a lot I could do. I just end up always playing the weird characters.
Nah, man, that's fine. I'll see y'all like.
Yeah.
All right, so Blue, what is your next availability? You good for next week?
Yeah, I am good for next Sunday.
All right.
I am also good for next Sunday. I don't have anything going on. I do have a dentist appointment on Wednesday because my unfortunately the cap on my tooth came off while I was eating. And I'm hoping that doesn't hurt because for them to put it back on. So if I'm a little, so I was like, hopefully, like by the time Sunday rolls around, I'll still be able to talk.
Alrighty.
All right.
I'll see
This
you
was
guys
fun.
later.
All right.